freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the law getting away with murder. It is entitled Trial and Terror.
All right.
Hello, Michael.
Well, Claire, this is a pleasant surprise. Come on in.
Thank you. The others haven't gotten here yet.
Others?
Yes, George Ketchel and Tom Denning are coming over.
What is this, some kind of a surprise party?
Well, I'd rather wait until the others get here and let George do the talking.
Oh, then this isn't a social call?
No, Michael, it isn't.
Well, I'm disappointed. I was tickled when I opened the door and saw you.
Well, I expect that's Tom and George now.
Oh, excuse me, I'll let them in. Hello, Michael. Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Michael.
How are you? Come on in. Claire said you were coming.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Did you explain to Michael?
No, I left that to you.
Mind if we sit down?
No. Excuse me for not asking you. But you've got my curiosity up. What's all this about?
We've been selected as a committee to ask you to take over as leader for the farm party.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Do you know what you're asking me to do?
Yes, we're asking you.
You're asking me to commit suicide.
Michael, your father gave his life. Your brother gave his life. Are you afraid?
It's not a question of being afraid.
Well, then, what is it?
There's no chance to fight communistic dictatorship.
That's not what your father and your brother thought.
They proved my point with their lives.
Michael, you are afraid.
No. I just don't like to see a lot of people die unnecessarily, including me.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, that's the way I feel.
Good. In that case, you wouldn't want to see unnecessary famine and bloodshed.
Of course not.
And it's up to you to take over as leader of the farm party.
Why?
Tell them, Tom.
Well, very reliable information from the grapevine informs us that since the commies here in Springfield have come into power, they're planning on taking over the farmers.
It's the same pattern they've used in Bulgaria and other countries.
They're making plans to confiscate the farmers' land and reduce them to slave labor.
Are you sure?
Certainly. You don't suppose we'd go off half-cocked on a vital matter of this kind, do you?
The farmers aren't going to take it lying down.
What do they intend to do about it?
They've decided to resort to mass destruction of crops.
Well, that's mass suicide.
Sure.
Michael, you can stop it.
How?
Your father was leader of the farm party. Your brother followed in his footsteps. Well, Peter's at the head of the party will give the farmers a chance to win an election.
And the farm vote might be strong enough to win over the communist vote.
We want you to run for senator.
Michael, please. You have a good chance of being elected.
What assurance have I that I'll live that long?
None.
My father failed. My brother failed. They tried to fight communism.
It's up to you to take up where they left off.
Perhaps, but first I'm going to try another method.
Well, what other method is there?
Cooperation.
What? Are you kidding? You were Peter's cooperating with the commies.
Davies did, and today's lieutenant governor.
He's a traitor to the cause he fought for.
All right, so he's a traitor. But you don't think I'll turn traitor, do you? Well, do you?
No, Michael, I don't.
If I can gain power by cooperating, I can use that power to protect the farmers.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Let's go.
Wait. Davies was a friend of my father, a friend of my brother. I know him. I can talk to him. Let me try.
Davies is a communist. You can't reason with communists.
But just let me try. If I find cooperation fails, I'll fight.
Sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies. Sounds funny coming from a Peters. Your father called me George. Your brother called me George, too. What was good enough for your father and your brother, certainly good enough for you.
Including a bullet?
Oh, come now, Michael. Certainly you don't think for one moment that I was in any way responsible for the death of your father or your brother.
They opposed you.
Your father was my friend. We fought for the same things.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I wanted you to know it.
In that case, you wouldn't hesitate to help me, would you?
Certainly not. I owe it to the memory of your father.
I've been asked to take over as leader for the farm vote.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. If those directives are carried out, it will reduce the farmers to slave labor.
Those are the dictates of the party.
Well, it's taxation without representation. The farmers won't go for it. They demand an election, a chance for a voice in the assembly.
Frankly, I don't blame them.
Then you'll arrange an election?
Son, I'm only the lieutenant governor.
Well, let's face it, the governor is only a rubber stamp since the communists took over. You run things.
I'm afraid the governor wouldn't feel flattered if he heard you say that.
Well, it's the truth. That's why it'll be smart for you to listen. If those directives are carried out, your position will be in danger.
My position will be in danger?
Well, yes, of course, because you have to answer for conditions. Conditions are going to be terrible if those directives are carried out.
Why?
The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of crops. That means famine and bloodshed.
Really? Michael, my boy, you'll be rewarded for this.
Rewarded for what?
Warning me. Warning me in time. Giving me a chance to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
Well, you can't stop them.
Why?
They've taken every precaution. The farmers are desperate, I tell you. If you make one move, the entire crop will be wiped out.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, that's where you're wrong, all wrong. The plan has been carefully worked out. You don't have the manpower or the facilities to stop it.
Oh, but what'll I do?
Cooperate.
How?
Arrange a bipartisan election. An election in which the farmers are free to nominate and vote for the candidate they want.
Do you know what you're asking?
I'm asking you to protect yourself, your position. The farmers are desperate, I tell you.
All right. All right, I'll see to it the farmers get the election.
It will take an official announcement of the election to appease them.
Well, I'll see to it that the official announcement is published.
Thank you. Well, I'm anxious to give them the news. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Vegas?
Yes, sir?
Did you get that?
Yes, sir. The whole thing was recorded.
Good. He's a bigger fool than his father or his brother.
Yeah. What are you going to do about the election?
Do? Farmers will have the election. The fools.
Well, let's get started. I've called this meeting of the campaign committee to make a final check on the arrangements for the election eve rally.
Why bother going to the trouble making a lot of elaborate arrangements? Let's face it, the whole thing will be broken up by the police.
Yes, George is right. The police have started riots and broken up practically all of our meetings.
That's right, Tom. The way things are going, it begins to look like we might run out of candidates.
Yeah. First they refuse to let us nominate candidates for the key executive positions. Then they make wholesale arrests of the candidates they did let us nominate.
I'm beginning to think these meetings are a bad idea from the standpoint of the people. Every time we hold a meeting, more of them get their heads in a sling as a result of being beat up by the police.
I warned you, Michael. Davy's idea of cooperation is coercion.
Now listen to me, all of you. Perhaps I've been a fool. But I did get the farmers the election. Sure, the police broke up our meetings and arrested some of us. But it's given the rest of us a chance to rekindle the hope for freedom in the hearts of a lot of people. A chance to speak the truth, which I don't have to tell you would have landed the whole lot of us in jail for treason, except for the fact that the commies evidently thought we were using their methods of buttering up the public with idle election promises. We not only reached the farmers, but the others who are anxious to break the stranglehold of communism. We're not going to stop now. We're going through with the rally and win the election.
greatest individual rally in the history of politics. That can mean only one thing for the Farm Party. Victory at the polls tomorrow. Yes, victory. You will hear a message from the leader of your party, who has instilled courage in the hearts of every one of us, because he speaks the truth without fear. Your candidate for Senator, Michael Peter. Yes, Senator Michael Peter. But first, a message from another popular candidate. Your choice for the Assembly, Atchison Kansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, freedom-loving people, this gathering here tonight proves that in spite of being terrorized by the minions of communism, the cry for freedom cannot be silenced.
Please, Claire, please stop crying.
I can't.
Did Stambaugh mean so much to you?
No, but you do.
Me?
Yes, Michael. You're next.
Claire, you surprise me. You frighten me.
Yes, Michael, I'm horribly frightened.
I don't get it. I never saw you lose your nerve before. You were party secretary for my father and my brother. You didn't go to pieces like this when they were killed.
Well, that was different.
Why?
Their deaths were unexpected. But this agony of knowing you're next is awful. I can't stand the thought of seeing you sprawled out at a lift.
Violent death is no stranger to you. Why this concern about my life?
Because I'm in love with you, Michael.
I'm sorry. Very sorry for you.
Why?
I can't offer you anything but the prospect of being a widow.
I know. But I had to tell you.
In a way, I'm glad you did. I saw it in your eyes, but I was afraid to recognize it, afraid I'd admit I love you.
But why be afraid to admit it?
Because you don't willingly risk the life of the person you love. If they find out I love you, they'll strike at me through you.
I'm not afraid, Michael.
I refuse to make you a target.
Michael, the report indicates the turnout of voters for this election will set a new record.
Yes, but how many of them will get a chance to vote?
Hey, there's been rioting reported in the 43rd District.
108th District reports scores of voters injured in rioting.
71st District reports riots in progress.
The police are doing everything in their power to keep the people from voting.
Yes. Thank God it'll all be over soon. It's almost time for the polls to close.
Michael, listen to this.
What is it?
Report just came in from the farm districts that the indications are that lines of voters blocks long won't get a chance to vote.
Why not?
The police are asking a lot of unnecessary questions to slow down the voting.
Well, we can be thankful for just one thing.
Oh? What's that?
That they didn't think of it sooner.
You are listening to Trial and Terror, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Farm vote carries 11th District. Farm vote carries 63rd District.
Farm vote carries 192nd District.
The farm vote wins.
The farm vote wins in a landslide.
No, Senator. Here's your first official communique. You won't like it.
What is it?
You'd better read it for yourself.
This is to inform you that of this state. My dirty rat.
Easy, Michael.
I'll see about this.
What are you going to do?
Talk to David.
Michael, please. Be careful what you say.
Come in, Michael. Come in. Sit down.
I want to talk to you about the order you issued to seize the farmers' crops.
Sit down, Michael. Take it easy. You'll live longer.
That's a threat, isn't it?
Yes. Matter of fact, it is. Glad we understand each other.
You don't frighten me.
No? Would jail frighten you?
You can't arrest me. Or have you forgotten I'm a senator entitled by your own law to political immunity?
Oh, yes. You did win the election, didn't you? Did a fine job. You're a fine leader. Finer leader than your father was. Also a bigger fool.
If a fool can beat you and your party in an election, just what does that make you?
It was all part of my plan.
Sure. If you were satisfied to lose that election, you wouldn't have had the police fill the hospitals with victims of their beatings.
Those people just happened to be the victims of my squeeze play to save the crops. I pacified the farmers by letting them have an election.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly a free election. Instead, you refused to let us nominate candidates for a lot of key positions.
Of course. Never give a sucker an even break.
Every one of our candidates who was allowed to run won.
And what have you got? 117 votes in the Senate. Communists retained 233.
It's a moral victory for the farmers. And we have the power of killing a lot of measures that you could otherwise pass.
Granted. But have you considered the price they paid? The election was timed so that the farmers would have the crops harvested, ready for market, and easy to confiscate. Which is now being done.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything about it, Mr. Senator. Assembly isn't scheduled to convene in time to stop action on those directives. The farmers will be reduced to servants of communism.
Slaves, you mean?
Oh, no. Servants. The people serve communism.
There's still a chance that your plan will backfire.
Really?
Yes, the election proved one thing.
What is that?
The desire for freedom isn't dead. It's taken a new lease on life. The people found out that they can fight communism. I'm one of those people. I'll fight communism. I'll use every fair means or foul to weed it out. Tear it out by the roots. And you can't stop me. I'm a senator. I have political immunity. I'll see you in the assembly.
Goodbye, Senator.
Michael, George, look over there in front of the Senate building.
Soldiers. There must be at least 50 of them.
Yes.
Well, what's the idea? You suppose they're going to try to keep us out of the assembly?
I don't know. But the only thing that'll stop me is a bullet.
No, Michael, please. Don't do anything that'll invite a bullet.
Claire's right, Michael. If the old adage is right about death always strikes 3 times. Be careful.
Your father was shot down approaching the Senate. Your brother was killed entering the building. Please be careful.
Come on. Let me do the talking.
Michael, if anything happens to you...
Whatever happens, remain impersonal. You're the recognized secretary of our party. If you betray your emotions for me, they'll strike at me through you.
Michael is right, Claire.
I'll remember. But, Michael, please.
Halt! What's the idea? We're members of the assembly. I'm Senator Peters. This is my party secretary.
Your identification.
Identification?
Yes.
Here it is.
Here's mine.
Here's mine.
Michael Peters. That checks. George Ketchel. Claire Brewster. You may enter.
I wonder what it's all about.
Well, I don't like it. There's something in the air.
Davies is here today. Perhaps he called out the militia to act as his bodyguard.
Yeah. The popular leader of the masses never goes anywhere without a strong bodyguard.
I just thought of something.
What?
It's good we got here early.
Why?
We need every single vote to block a bill from passing by a two-thirds majority.
That's right.
Let's get on the phone, make sure that all our members bring along proper identification.
Yes, that's a good idea.
There are public telephones over there.
Come on. What the devil? The phone is dead.
The telephones are temporarily disconnected.
What?
There's no outside telephone service.
Claire, you'd better go out and find the telephone.
Nobody is allowed to leave the building.
Claire, please try to calm down. You're so nervous, I doubt if you'll be able to transcribe legibly.
I tell you, there's something going on here that we don't know anything about, Michael. Aren't you nervous?
Naturally. The communist members of the Senate are thoroughly schooled in every phase of legislative procedure. Our members are green. It's going to put us at a considerable disadvantage.
I wonder if all our members are present. You can't tell from here.
So far, so good.
Are they all here?
Yes, I just checked in the last one.
Good.
Look, there's Davies.
Yes, he'll occupy the president's chair.
The Senate is now in session. Lieutenant Governor George Davies will preside.
Members of the Assembly, we're gathered here in the first joint session of the Communist Party and the newly elected members of the Farm Party. The first duty is to introduce the newly elected Speaker of the House for the Farm Party, Michael Peters, and to present his case as the first business of the day.
What did he say? Did I understand you to say my case?
The Assembly has been requested to take action on a court order charging you with conspiracy.
This is unconstitutional.
The court has asked for an authorization for your arrest.
As a senator, I'm entitled to political immunity.
Political immunity can be revoked by a majority vote of the Assembly after hearing the evidence.
Is this your method to eliminate the danger of the farm vote blocking the passage of measures presented before the Senate?
This is an action requested by court order.
What are the charges?
Court charges Michael Peters with organizing terrorist activities to create famine and bloodshed by inciting farmers to engage in mass destruction of crops.
That's a lie.
Treason! Based on signed confessions made by fellow conspirators.
That's a lie. I never engaged in acts of treason.
Unfortunately for you, Michael Peters, the police take precautions to prove their accusations.
With confessions, no doubt. Confessions extracted by physical tortures or psychological tortures.
You have quite an imagination.
Not enough imagination to estimate the suffering some of the victims I know have experienced.
The police, however, do have confessions. But they were not extracted by torture, as you suggested. However, the bulk of the proof is in your own words.
That I would like to hear.
Since you're entitled to a fair hearing, you'll hear that proof. It has been prepared to present before the Assembly. If you will be seated, you and all the members of the Assembly will hear it introduced as evidence.
Oh, Michael, I knew something was going to happen.
Control yourself. Remember my warning about displaying emotions.
All right.
Michael, what's he trying to prove?
I don't know.
Members of the Assembly, you will now hear the first of two recordings. Yes, sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies. Sounds funny coming from a Peters.
I've been asked to take over as leader of the farm group.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops.
Michael, you'll be rewarded for warning me in time to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
That record makes me sound like a traitor to the farmers.
You admit it's your voice?
Yes, it's my voice, but it's a trick. It's a trick to discredit me in the eyes of my party.
You admitted the voice we heard on that record was your voice. That'll be all. Be seated.
It's a trick. Yes, of course it's a trick. They make a tape recording of a conversation, then cut up the tape and reassemble it to give the conversation an entirely different meaning.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
It almost fooled me, Michael. That's damaging evidence.
I realize that. Wonder what else he's got up his sleeve.
The second record will now be presented to the Assembly in evidence.
The people can fight communism. The plan has been carefully worked out. Mass destruction of crops. Famine can stop them. The farmers can have the power to kill. Weed out communism. Use every fair means, or foul. Tear out communism by the roots.
Let's get out of here. It's no use. The place is surrounded.
Michael,
No,
hold
Claire,
me.
don't you
Oh,
understand?
of course I understand. They're going to take you away.
I don't want the same thing to happen to you.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Members of the Assembly, those in favor of revoking immunity, say yes! Arrest Michael Peter!
You have just heard a story of what can happen to a political leader under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Bulgaria. It did happen to the leader of the agrarian party, Nicola Petrov. After being brutally tortured in an effort to get him to sign a confession admitting the false charges he was convicted on, Nicola Petrov, called the bravest Democrat of all, was hanged. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Stan Waxman as Michael Peters in Trial and Terror. Paul Frees was Davies, Lou Krugman was George, Byron Kane was Tom, and Janet Logan was Claire. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Trial and Terror was written for If Freedom Failed by Bill Tilak, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Human Adventure. Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience.
These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society.
Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation.
This hour, a study of revolution.
Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire. Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrels a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king.
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector. This is the house of a nation of tyranny. Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men. You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American. Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn! 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 Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why, then, should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight, we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution.
And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involved revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
In the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
My dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir, you've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely you'll admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there would be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Hear, hear. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we'll be taxed £60,000 per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America. British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots two laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of threepence a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendar.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take it easy, Thomas Todd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Todd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's rump. I heard a lawyer say today that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but a third of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend. But by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, in time they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, it does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you, Thomas Todd.
Make your jibes and have your jokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed this Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, £631, 9 shillings. Representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
a country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you.
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
the supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies.
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, there was an Englishman who said,
an American rioter and rebel thinks he has a right to defraud the customs, to perjure himself at the customs house, to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back.
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there.
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Split me, sir. I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Raycliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists, unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers.
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rots unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold more cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever, most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Very good. Right.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. I say we ought to show them what we think of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what's going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Here, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here. Get off.
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I
say. Treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
"The next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight."
Britain girds for revenge and mastery, but when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth. You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
Now it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
"We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness."
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast for the overseas network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, the Human Adventure will present Machiavelli, Teacher of Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil.
That's next week, Machiavelli.
This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is William Bendix. Within the last year, your life and my life and the world we live in have been changed. It is difficult for us to understand that the way we lived yesterday and the way we thought yesterday will no longer do. The dropping of the atomic bomb has brought us, all of us, to the beginning of a new day. then we must start thinking in new ways and in broader terms. It is our only chance for survival.
Rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Starring William Bendix, this is the second in the series titled Dawn.
It happened on my last run that night. I'd been watching a woman sitting all by herself about halfway up the left aisle. Sharp-looking dame, about 35. Not the kind of a dame that usually rides on the subway. Anyway, not on my run. She was the woman I'd seen that same afternoon walk into the Belvedere Hotel. Yeah. She met some guy in the lobby, and they certainly were cozy.
Please, head him off. Forward. All aboard. Step forward, please. Step forward. Forward.
Well, Frank Wharton gets on at this stop. You know Wharton, the guy that manages all those big office buildings and apartment buildings. And he goes up and sits down beside this dame.
Well, what are you doing out this time of night, Stephanie?
Visiting with a sorority sister of mine.
Mm-hmm. How's Otto?
Oh, fine.
Suppose he'll be at the station to meet you.
Yes. I wanted to spend the night with my sorority sister, but,
Yeah.
How's Emily?
Emily? Oh, fine. I'm pretty busy these days, forming a syndicate to put up a coliseum, you know.
Oh, Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I read about that.
Sitting right behind Wharton and this dame is a woman, a fine-looking woman, and a man, about 40. I could see they didn't know each other. First time I looked at the man, I said to myself, there's something special about that guy.
My two sons are big enough, I suppose. One of them's 7 and the other one's 9. But I'm uneasy when I leave them alone like this.
You couldn't take the children along?
Well, no. I got my husband's call at the home of a friend, and there wasn't enough time to get home and get the boys and get down to see my husband before he left.
Bad.
I thought I'd be home before this, but my husband's plane was delayed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to knock those papers off your lap.
That's all right.
Oh, here. Some of them went right down under my feet. I'll get them for you. There.
Thank you.
Oh, Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. The implication of atomic energy, the atom bomb, an absolute weapon. Well, pretty heavy reading, isn't it?
Depends on what you think is important.
Sitting right across the aisle from this woman and this scientist was Congressman Cumshaw. You know Bertram Cumshaw. Whenever Cumshaw is around, which is a lot of the time, he's downtown talking to the other politicians in the machine.
I didn't get your name.
Polzer. Sig Polzer.
Oh, yes, Polzer. Mr. Polzer, have you thought far enough to realize that OPA was regimentation, and regimentation leads to communism?
Well, have you thought far enough to realize what would happen to this country without OPA?
Mr. Polzer, what's your business?
Me? I work in the McKibben plant.
Uh-huh. Well, we get a little different perspective of things in Congress, Mr. Polzer. And let me tell you that we've got to stick by free enterprise. Law of supply and demand will take care of everything else.
Well, we were heading down under the river. The mother of those two boys was listening to that special-looking guy who turns out to be a scientist. I watched him. The guy talking very quiet, and the woman with that blank look that people have when their mind is 1,000 miles away. In the seat in front of them, Frank Wardle was talking very personal to Stephanie. And from what I could get, he wasn't talking about business either. He was getting very chummy. All of a sudden, the train stops.
Oh, I couldn't on Tuesday. Oh.
That was Stephanie.
Well, what's wrong here? Keep your seats, everybody. Keep your seats. Turn on the light. Keep calm and keep your seats.
Heavens, it's dark.
Something's happened. We're right under the river.
Are we really?
Yes, I think we are.
Turn on the lights. Conductor, turn on the lights.
Come on, turn on the lights. Let's go.
I snapped on the emergency lights. And what I saw almost scared me. People in the aisles. Some of them jammed against the doors. Some of them standing on the seats.
Everybody in your seats, please.
Look at this. People trapped 30 seconds in the dark, and look at them.
Yes.
Are you scared, Stephanie?
Not me. I'm in no hurry to get home.
Well, we've got to get out of here. Look here, conductor, what's holding us up?
Well, they're trying to find out now.
Well, I've got business to attend to. Man waiting for me out in Exmoor right now.
As soon as they find out what's happened, we'll start.
I hope we won't be delayed too long.
I hope we won't, too.
Never can tell.
Look here, conductor. I'm Congressman Cumshaw.
He had that way that politicians have.
Your company operates under a franchise from the state, and you have some responsibilities to the public. Do you realize that we're right under the river? I found out what's happening. Let's get out of here.
I went up to the head end. The motorman was trying to find out what was wrong. I stayed and helped him for about 20 minutes. Then I went back into the car.
I've got business, Stephanie. Man who's going to be in on the syndicate's waiting for me in Exmoor right now.
Here comes the conductor.
Well, what did you find out?
There's no power.
Then we're trapped. Well, I'm going anyway. Get out of my way, conductor.
Sit right down where you were. Pitch black in that tunnel out there. We don't know what's happened. You'll get killed.
Get out of my way.
You're going to stay right where you are.
Let go of me, you...
Holzer jumped up and helped me.
Back in your seat. Ain't you got any sense? Take your hands off me. Do you know who I am? Yes, I know who you are. You and all your buildings and your promotions. So what? Then let go of me and let...
Holzer and I shoved him back in his seat beside Stephanie. And then the scientist started to talk.
You should not be frightened by this. You may have to live this way, if you live at all.
What are you talking about?
You're in the business of building management, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What do you suppose is going to happen to all those wonderful buildings if there's another war?
I'm not worried about that. You got bomb shelters under them?
Underground shelters will be of little use if another war comes. It'll be an atomic war.
You seem to know.
I do. You could build shelters deep enough and cover them with enough lead and concrete to protect people from an atomic bomb explosion. But you couldn't keep all the people in these shelters all the time, unless you put all your factories and shops and offices there, too. So it's time you recognize those buildings and that coliseum of yours may be just empty dreams.
Look, all I'm interested in is getting out of here. We're trapped and under the river.
That's right. We're in a steel tube 10 feet underwater. Good protection against radiation if an atomic bomb explodes overhead. You know what? A few years from now, tunnels under the river may be as choice locations as Park Avenue penthouses are now.
Do you suppose that something could have happened
I don't
to
know,
the...
Mrs. Grover.
Well, I want to get out.
We're trapped under here the same as we're trapped in the New World. It's dark. There's very little light. And no one knows how long that light will last.
Everybody in the car listened. I, too. At first, I couldn't quite get what he was getting at about the world or about the light. But what he said about people and shops and offices and even penthouses being underground, that hit me like a load of bricks. Everybody having to live underground like rats in a hole.
We have reached a turning point. A new world is emerging. A different world. And we'd better recognize it. Are we going to change with it? Or are we going to let it be destroyed first?
We've always been able to take care of ourselves.
We will never again have this chance. Not with rockets and jet planes and saboteurs armed with atomic bombs. Atomic bombs will be bursting in our cities in a war 10 or 20 years from now. As sure as blockbusters hit Berlin and B-1s and B-2s hit London in World War II. A government worth its salt will not wait for this to happen. It will order most of the people out of the cities long before war comes. Disperse them over the country. With the cities half deserted, what will happen to your fine buildings and that Colosseum you're thinking about? I'll tell you. They'll fall in with decay.
That's up, Whortle. Everybody settled down, and I went up to the head end to see the motorman again. We decided that the best thing to do was for him to take his electric torch and walk ahead up the tunnel and try to find out what happened. And for the trainman to walk back. And for me to stick with the passengers. When I came back and told the passengers, Whortle blows his top.
And what are we going to do here?
You're going to wait.
The air. Is the air still all right?
I think so.
We've been down here more than 3 hours now.
Unless there's been a fire somewhere along in the
Fire?
tunnel.
My poor boy. It just starts. And they're alone.
The scientists sat there and answered questions about the bomb and all as fast as they fired them at him. Poser, the fellow that worked in the McKimmon plant, went over and leaned over him.
You said if an atomic war approaches, the government will order the people out of the cities.
If they don't do it before, it may be too late.
Well, they can't move me out of the city. I own my own home. All my savings are in it.
Your factory will be closed by the government and moved possibly to Wyoming or the Dakotas.
Ooh, what about me and my family?
What will be left to you? What to follow? There'll be no jobs in the city. And if you insist on staying behind, you might be ordered to follow it.
What are you talking about?
The cities will be the targets. Who will buy a home there? Even in World War II, many people who lived close to aircraft plants and military installations sold their homes for ridiculous prices and moved to where they thought they'd be more secure.
Cumshaw walks up to the scientist, and I can see that he's got something in his craw. So I moseys up right behind him. He puts his hand on the scientist's shoulder and pulls him around.
What are you talking about? The government moving people away from their homes. That's against the Constitution and the rights of the citizen.
Yes?
Yes. I've fought against dictatorship of this kind all my life, and I, for one, won't stand for it.
You fought to save your country?
To save the rights of men and free enterprise.
If you want to keep fighting for freedom, Mr. Congressman, you had better start fighting for permanent peace first. If you do not, everything else you fought for will mean nothing. There can be no individual freedom under the threat of atomic war, but only ruthless regimentation.
Regimentation. That's what I mean. Take OPA.
If we do not have permanent peace, we will have to have permanent regimentation, much tighter than OPA. A non-regimented nation will never be able to take a blow which might kill 1/10 or even 1/3 of its people in a single day.
Kill 10 million people in one day?
Yes, or 20, or 40, and the same number in other countries.
I don't know anything about this, but what about our Army and Navy? Can't they protect us?
What armies or navies did in any war so far would be of little use in a future war. How can you stop atomic rockets hurtling through space across the ocean? How can you keep atomic bombs from being smuggled into the country in small pieces and assembled? How can you keep our cities from being mined with such bombs, which can be set off by remote control?
But we've got the bombs.
That's the thing. We've got the bombs and the secret how to make them. And if we aren't foolish enough to give it away, who's going to attack?
Yes, we've got the secret.
Everyone looks at the scientist to see what he's going to say. It seems to me Stephanie is right. Cumshaw stands there over the scientist with that self-satisfied look on his face. But he didn't phase the scientist.
There's no such thing as keeping the secret. The principle is known. There are no fundamental secrets about the atomic bomb. Could we keep the secret of flying after the Wright brothers flew the first plane? Could we keep the secret of the automobile after Ford first built it? Could the Germans or the Russians keep the secret of the rocket guns? No. Once the principle is known, and it's been shown that the thing can be made to work, there is no way of stopping any nation from making it. No matter how much we dislike it, it is only a matter of time, and a short time, before all the big nations will know how to make atomic bombs. And will make them.
Stephanie came over to me.
I think he's right.
That's the way I got it pegged, I said. And then Wardle barges in again.
I don't care whether he's right or wrong. When are you going to get us out of here, conductor?
Stephanie steps in before I could answer.
Why don't you do something about it, Frank?
I tried to get out and walk, didn't I?
To save yourself. Were you thinking about this woman here with two small kids home alone?
Oh, I'm all right. The children are, well, Timmy's 9 years old.
And what are you thinking about, Frank? Your property. And your syndicate.
Wait a minute, Stephanie. You got me wrong. Let me tell you something.
Cut it out. How long have we been down here?
Nearly 6 hours.
What are we going to do for food? What if the tunnel is caved in? Or something happened to the city over us?
The river is over us. Conductor.
Yeah?
You care if I go up front and see if I can help get the thing going?
No, I'll go with you.
Anybody else want to give me a hand? You, Wardle?
Oh, I don't know anything about things like that.
You don't know anything except what you've got. And what you want. And what you're going to do. Come on, Sig. I'll go up there.
Holzer was a mechanic. I left him and Stephanie up the head end. And when I come back, Wardle was talking to the scientist again.
Did I understand you to say that an atomic attack would kill 40 million people in one day?
Unless our cities are dispersed.
They'll never be dispersed. That's invasion of private rights, and the right
Oh,
to...
shut up.
That's regimentation.
Well, suppose our cities were dispersed.
In that case, perhaps only 2 million would be killed by the same number of bombs that would kill 20 million now.
2 million? That would bankrupt the insurance companies.
Some British companies are already putting clauses in their policies, not responsible for deaths due to atomic bombs. But it really doesn't make a lot of difference anyway, because most of the assets of the big insurance companies are tied up in properties that would be destroyed. Even if an insurance company were not bankrupt by millions of deaths, most of its assets would be a pile of rubble and ashes after the first attack.
Tumshaw was getting wise to himself. He was trying to keep from looking like a chump. He saw that he had his hands more than full with the scientist, so he comes up with another angle.
Very well. You're a scientist. I don't know anything about science, but I know this, that if we corner the raw materials, how's anybody else going to be able to make atomic bombs?
You mean corner all the uranium ores of the world?
Yes. Go out after it. Buy it up.
But they wouldn't sell it.
Well, that's one thing. The only way we could get control of all the known uranium deposits would be conquering the lands they're in. The other thing is that every nation on Earth has been on an intensive uranium search for the last year or more. And we don't know where all the uranium deposits are.
Maybe the tunnel has caved in. We've been down here 7 hours now.
Wardle was beginning to look bad. Sweat was standing out all over his fat face.
It should be dawn pretty soon.
Dawn. Hey, conductor. What happened to the motorman and the trainman that went out?
I don't know.
They never came back, did they?
Listen to the silence.
The lights are burning out. Conductor, don't you have any more batteries for the emergency lights?
That's the last of them.
Somehow it doesn't seem so bad to me now. I mean, for myself. I'd always hoped that I could at least bring my children up. It's only them. What'll happen to them up there in this atomic world that I'm concerned about? They're not old enough to have any part in the decisions that must be made. And yet they will have to suffer if the wrong decisions are made. Won't they?
Yes. They will.
The light is glimmering out. It's going out.
Timmy's 9. Dickie's 7. I suppose they fell asleep waiting. They'll wake up looking for me. But I'm not so concerned about that. I'm frightened of what's ahead of them. What, if there is to be an atomic war, what should we teach them? I mean, isn't it only fair that somehow we prepare them for what they will have to face?
The lights went out. The lights are out. I hate darkness. I can feel it. I can feel it.
I could feel it, too. The blackness closing in, making me all alone. Trapped down there in the darkness. Not a sound. Blackness and silence. I tried not to think. Down under the river and the city in that blackness. Buried alive. No one said a word. I felt like screaming.
What on earth can we? I mean, could we teach our children? Our school books don't prepare them for the kind of future that's ahead of them.
Unless war can be completely eliminated, our school books will have to be rewritten. But the hour is late.
Then the lives of my children, and all children, are really in the balance.
That is right. Your children and the millions of other children in this country, and in the other great countries of the world. Something has happened which has never before happened on Earth. A new force has been unleashed. An atomic bomb is not just another weapon. It's a decisive weapon. It's a weapon of saturation. Even if 90% of the atomic bombs directed toward one target were warded off, the other 10% would destroy us. And even if all atomic bombs could be prevented from falling on us, atomic bombs could be smuggled in to destroy us.
When he stopped talking, it was like everything stopped. The blackness rolled over me like an ocean. Not a person in the car moved in the darkness. I could feel my heart pounding at what he said and what it meant.
Isn't anybody going to do anything about getting us out of here? Are we just going to sit here and suffocate and die?
What have we to be afraid of here? It's those up there that we should weep for. I for my boys, my husband. You for your people. Deep inside me, I have been trying to tell myself that an atomic war will never come. I have been telling myself that it's too terrible. That no nation would dare to start an atomic war.
Terror has never stopped a war. When the attacking nation thinks it has a chance of winning by striking first, it doesn't count the cost. Fear of reprisal didn't stop Germany. It didn't stop Japan. It will not stop an atomic war.
You're a warmonger.
It was Congressman Cumshaw. I couldn't see him, but he seemed to fill the darkness.
Why don't you shut up? Don't you think this woman and all of us have got enough to incite us to panic without your rabble-rousing about how we're going to be blown to kingdom come by the atomic bomb?
Nobody said a thing. But I knew the scientists would talk.
Mr. Cumshaw.
Don't try to hand me that nonsense. I've seen your kind in Congress.
It should be clearly understood that no scientific discovery, no gadget or instrument of any kind will save us from ourselves if we fail in the responsibility that is now before us. We have reached a turning point in history. Everything is changed. We stand at the dawn of a new day. We have the opportunity now to end war forever. It is our only chance.
Only chance? What chance?
The lights are on. They went on all of a sudden. All of a sudden, the lights were on. And everybody was in the aisles yelling and laughing and crying. The scientist just sat there in his seat, looking at all of us. and all of a sudden the train started to move. And here comes back from up front the guy that works in the McKibben plant. And Stephanie, the gal that went up there with him.
Sick Polzer here helped to fix this.
Congratulations, Polzer. Congratulations.
Who's running the train up there?
Well, the engineer. He came back after the power went back on.
What was wrong?
Just a switch.
Somebody ought to be made to answer for this. Somebody's responsible. There ought to be an investigation.
Yes, keeping us trapped down here under the river all night. And me with a man waiting out at Exmoor to sign the syndicate papers for the Coliseum.
What did you do about getting out of this jam? What do you do about anything that doesn't pay you money?
Now, wait a minute, Stephanie. Wait a minute.
When the chips were down, it was the little man. It was Sig Polzer that did something about it.
Well, Stephanie, about Wednesday.
Skip it. I'll be glad to get back to Otto.
The scientist and the woman with the two kids just sat there without paying any attention to the jabbering that was going on around them.
Stephanie's right, isn't she?
About the little people?
Yes.
Yes, she is. It's the people we meet in our everyday lives, the ordinary people, who must understand the jam we're in and must help us find a way out.
Oh, look. We're coming out into the light. A new day is starting.
Yes. It's dawn. I hope it'll be a nice day.
Nothing ever looked so good to me as that light as we came up from underground into the dawn. I was beginning to see what this scientist meant about the new day. Everything's still looking the same, but everything different. And as we rolled along, I looked ahead at Sig Polzer and Stephanie, sitting up there together, and Wortle sitting up there in one seat, all alone, and Cumshaw sitting in another, and the mother sitting there beside the scientist. And I wondered if they'd change, too, or if they'd go back to living just like they did before. The train kept rolling, and I just kept looking at them and wondering.
William Bendix will return to the microphone in just a moment. You've been listening to the second program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. The plain truth about atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. And now, Mr. Bendix.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, playing this role tonight gave me a deeper understanding than I've ever had before of the meaning of the atomic bomb. It's important that all of us realize what we are up against. It's no picnic. We can have a better world or no world at all. But we've got to make it. Good night.
Listen to next week's program of The Fifth Horseman, titled Promise, the story of the new world that can be built with atomic energy. The original music was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcast.
Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Otis Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck. 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Some more pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we've missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
There's no need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at them young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No. Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
That's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started, we were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Eleanor, 4 times 7.
28. On the blackboard. Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will.
Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all, but he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activities.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
That last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you're 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops." Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point. You mean calling American patriots a mob? On that occasion, they really were a mob. That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who helped make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
You said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months, she's opened my eyes. And so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
But you told me this afternoon you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, "Put that mole back." We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education.
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg, and let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Family Theater presents Pat O'Brien and Raymond Burr. Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Raymond Burr as Andrew Hamilton in the story of Peter Zenger. To introduce the drama, your host and narrator, Pat O'Brien.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives. If we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world, Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family. John Peter Zenger is a name unfamiliar to most of us. Yet by historians, he's considered the man who struck the first blow in America's struggle for freedom. For it was Peter Zenger who fought and won the battle for a free press. Who was Peter Zenger? Well, let us imagine ourselves in the British Crown colony of New York, back in the year 1733. The place, a small printing shop on Broad Street.
Anna, where are you?
What is it? Why are you so...
Anna, this time Governor Cosby's gone too far.
Now what has he done?
He's removed Lewis Morris as Chief Justice.
Oh, no. But aren't there regulations or rules or something that prohibit such action?
Cosby makes his own rules, and the legislature's afraid to oppose him. Justice Morris tempered his decisions with justice and wisdom, and for that he's removed from office. And worse, nothing will be done about it.
But surely something can be done about it.
What?
Well, bring the facts to the people.
And just how?
My dear, why don't you publish a newspaper that's not dependent upon the governor's patronage?
What?
Peter, excepting you, William Bradford is the only other printer in the colony. He not only has a monopoly on all official printing, but publishes the only newspaper, the Gazette. Therefore, even if he wanted to, William Bradford dare not hazard the wrath.
Are you suggesting that I hazard the wrath of Cosby? Why, that is dangerous, Anna. He's a malicious, vindictive, pink-souled bigot, and with almost absolute power.
True, Peter. And all the more reason that if Bradford dare not speak out, you must.
Someone should disclose the misdeeds of the governor. Unless we express ourselves freely, we're not free men, just tools of Cosby and his kind. Anna, I will start that second newspaper, and a free one. And with God's help shall in some way resist the tyranny by which we're governed.
And so on November the 5th, 1733, appeared the New York Weekly Journal, containing the freshest advices, foreign and domestic. It was small, as newspapers go, but spoke truly and fearlessly. Scarcely had the first copies appeared on the street when William Smith and James Alexander, two of New York's most brilliant barristers, sought out the small print shop on Broad Street.
Yes, gentlemen?
I am James Alexander, and this is William Smith.
How do you do? Mr. Zenger, you've done a great service in publishing the Weekly Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
And may I add my congratulations? New York now has a true voice of the people.
You're very kind, Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Zenger, by criticizing Cosby, you've placed yourself in great jeopardy. No doubt the governor is very angry.
And so, my friend, Smith and I have come to offer our aid. If and when you have need of legal counseling or representation in court, you may depend upon William Smith and James Alexander.
No question that Governor Cosby was angry. One evening at dinner, he discussed the matter of the troublesome Peter Zenger with two cronies.
I will not have these provincials laughing at me. This Zenger must be stopped. Delancey, I want him in prison immediately.
But, Your Excellency, I am a judge. I cannot place this upstart in jail. Try him, yes, and sentence him to be sure. But it falls upon Bradley here to find the means to bring him to trial.
Well, Bradley?
Well, you see, Your Excellency, there are certain...
I can see I have overestimated your capabilities, Bradley.
But, sir,
Cannot you see that Zenger has been too clever to name you directly? You, sir, are involved only by innuendo and implication.
Bradley is right, sir. Zenger has never called you by name, nor has he directly mentioned the title governor.
Gentlemen, if you cannot devise some plan by which I can rid myself of the perpetrator of these scurrilous attacks and place him behind bars where he justly belongs, I promise you that the two ranking legal lights of this colony shall be extinguished. You have until I have finished my glass of port. Marsden, you may pour the port now.
Well, the two ranking legal lights continued to burn brightly, for the time being at least. They resorted to the cheapest kind of trickery, luring Peter to the city jail under false pretenses, and then confining him without any legal justification or on any specific ground. Upon hearing the news, Peter's newfound friends, James Alexander and William Smith, came immediately to see him.
It was very good of you, friend James, to come to my aid so quickly. If ever a man needed friends, I do now.
You have nothing to fear, Peter. I have a writ of habeas corpus here, and Smith is seeing about the bail now.
Bail? Even if I'd sold my shop, I could scarce realize 40 pounds.
We have raised 100 pounds, and possibly could manage as much as 200 if need be.
200 pounds? But where?
You have friends, Peter.
Peter, have you been treated well?
As well as can be expected, William.
I regret that I bring bad news.
You were unable to see the judge?
Oh, no. I saw him.
Then he would not set bail?
Oh, nothing like that. He set bail for 800 pounds.
800 pounds?
800?
But such a sum is out of all reason.
Of course it is. I detect Cosby's handiwork.
What do you mean?
By placing an exorbitant bail, a sum he knew you and your friends could not possibly raise, he's assured himself that you'll stay imprisoned until the next session of the grand jury.
But that is 5 months hence.
And that
means that Cosby has gained his end. He's silenced the journal.
Be of courage, Peter. We shall redouble our efforts and have you out of here within a matter of days.
But Alexander was overly optimistic. So Peter was immediately placed in solitary confinement, where he languished for 6 weary months. He saw no one but the jailer, who thrust-food at him through a small hole in the heavy oak door of his cell. Eventually, however, Anna was permitted to speak to Peter through that same small hole.
Oh, my darling. What have they done to you?
Anna, my dearest.
Oh, Peter.
Now, there. Now, I'm quite all right. No tears, please.
But to see you penned up like some beast. That unspeakable Cosby. We must fight back. We must continue to print the truth. We must go.
Anna, you forget I'm in prison. Without me, there's no one to set type or write editorials.
But we must do something.
The only thing I can do is to promise to cease publication.
And surrender to Cosby? Never. I shall continue publishing the journal.
Anna. No woman has ever edited or published a newspaper in a Crown colony. There is no precedent for such a thing.
Peter Zenger, you broke precedent when you challenged Cosby's tyranny by printing the truth. Well, I shall continue printing the truth. And if that breaks another precedent, then so be it.
So, at 29 years of age, Anna Mullen Zenger became the first woman newspaper editor and publisher in the world. Every Monday, the journal appeared on the streets. Meanwhile, despite the heroic efforts of Smith and Alexander and many others, Peter lay in prison until late January the following year.
But, Your Excellency, what else could we do but release Zenger?
Grand jury found nothing against him and ordered his release.
And we shall return him to prison on another charge.
And that charge?
The charge matters not just as long as that impertinent fellow is kept behind bars.
But, Your Excellency... Keeping Zenger imprisoned did not serve its purpose.
No, the journal continued publication, and if I'm any judge of character, will continue to do so as long as that woman is...
Fools! Do you not comprehend the reasoning behind my insistence in keeping that meddlesome bounder in jail? Feeling against me runs high at the moment. A feeling spawned and nurtured by Zenger's infamous lying sheet.
True, sir, but...
If I should be so unwise as to directly attack the female that now compounds and prints these lies, then I shall...
Yes. Then you would increase the prevalent sympathy for Zenger and make your own position more untenable.
Untenable? Delancey, I am the governor of this colony. No one makes my position untenable.
Your pardon, Your Excellency. I regret my ill choice of word.
Your Excellency, what is your reason now for keeping Zenger imprisoned?
A simple one, but it shall prove effective nevertheless. I have observed that females are sentimental creatures whose maudlin affection outweighs their reason. No doubt during these past few months, that Zenger woman has been sorely tried. Now, if Zenger is suddenly returned to prison and held incommunicado, the blow will prove too great. And like all females, this Zenger woman will be plunged into the depths of despair.
I'm beginning to understand, sir.
A few days, and then she comes to me. I ponder the matter, then graciously release her husband, providing that he dismantle his press, scatter the type, and voluntarily exile himself from the colony.
Bravo! You not only rid yourself of this nuisance, but by releasing the fellow, win the acclaim of the colony by your generous act.
Exactly.
Stroke of genius, Your Excellency. But by what means do you remand Zenger to prison?
That is the crowning touch. He shall be rearrested at once and charged by information.
But, sir, surely when we come to trial...
I have anticipated that. For a few pounds, we can secure depositions, worded in any manner we choose. Now, if it so happens that these depositions are signed by seamen, it would be most convenient that they are at sea when Zenger's trial takes place.
And obviously, then, they could not be cross-questioned. Oh, excellent.
My congratulations, sir. This surely will be the end of Peter Zenger and his noisome journal.
And so Peter Zenger was again illegally placed behind bars. And although Cosby was correct in assuming that Anna would be plunged into the depths of despair, he misjudged her when he said that she would come begging for Peter's freedom. No, instead, she sharpened the barbs of her satirical writing and heaped such cleverly drawn ridicule upon him that New York roared with laughter while the discomforted governor squirmed with rage. And then, goaded beyond endurance, he did the one thing that he said he never would.
And if you do, Mrs. Zenger, they shall destroy the press.
What can we do?
Hold them off as long as possible. Here, help me move this table up against the door. Just to affect me here. Possibly we are seeing what has happened and is getting aid.
If only you can return in time. Any moment now.
Stay back! Get away from the window. Over here, Mrs. Zenger. Over here, about the... One moment, William! Are you all right?
Oh, Mrs. Zenger, here, you'd better sit down.
Yes, thank you.
You arrived just in time, William. Another minute or two.
Oh, let's not speak of that. Everything's all right now. You're safe, and our friends are in pursuit of the scoundrels that attacked here.
Why should anyone...
Mrs. Zenger, I'm afraid that Cosby has...
The governor. Why, surely he'd not stoop to...
There's nothing too low for Cosby to attempt, if it gains him a desired end. Now, tonight's work is without question his doing.
William speaks the truth. But tonight's incident may prove a blessing in disguise.
What do you mean?
Now that violence has been attempted upon you, I am certain that the grand jury can be urged to meet in extraordinary session. If so, possibly Peter's trial may take place sooner than we had hoped.
Finally, Peter Zenger came to trial. An item in the Journal filled the courtroom with his well wishes. And they and the governor's group were due for a surprise. For Anna broke yet another precedent, insisting on sitting at Peter's side. Justice Delancey nodded to Attorney General Bradley to read the charge.
The province of New York charges that the defendant, John Peter Zenger, did willfully and maliciously print in one newspaper, to wit, the New York Weekly Journal, false, seditious, and libelous statements against the governor and representatives of His Majesty the King. This court is convened for one purpose only, for the jury to decide whether or not the said defendant did print and cause to be published these falsely libelous statements against the government. If so found, the jury can find but one conclusion: guilty as charged.
We will have quiet. Quiet. This is a court of law. Proceed, Mr. Attorney General.
Your Honor, there is no need to further waste the court's time. The defendant did publish, which is a known fact, various falsely libelous statements against the duly constituted government of this colony. Having so published, which the defendant cannot deny, the jury can reach but one conclusion: that he is guilty. The Crown rests, Your Honor.
The defense is represented by counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. But first, if it please the court, I would like to read a statement.
Does it pertain to this case?
It does, Your Honor, vitally.
Proceed.
It is a letter from London, from Lewis Morris, and states that the King has never approved Justice Morris's removal from the bench, and that your appointment by Governor Cosby was made without the necessary consent of the council. Therefore, my colleagues, and I charge that you occupy that bench without legal authority, and are not properly qualified to conduct this trial.
Order! The bench will not accept your charges, sir, for it is obvious that you thought to gain popularity by opposing this court. But you have brought it to that point that either we must go from the bench or you from the bar. Therefore, we exclude both you and Mr. Smith from the bar and deny you the right to practice.
The following day, the trial resumed, with Zenger represented by young John Chambers. The Attorney General was forging the final link in the chain of evidence against Zenger in his address to the jury when suddenly...
Please, the court. I agree with Mr. Attorney that government is sacred. But I differ when he would insinuate that the just complaints of men who suffer under bad administration is libel.
It's here. It did come.
Andrew Hamilton from Philadelphia. But how did he...
I wrote and asked him to come, Peter.
The greatest living advocate in America here.
I am old and infirm, Peter Zenger. And I have journeyed from Philadelphia, but I cannot be free if another man's freedom is in jeopardy. Will you accept me as your counsel?
Gladly, Andrew Hamilton, gladly.
Then, Your Honor, I ask leave to address the court.
As you now are the defendant's counsel, you may address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is with considerable amazement that I have noted...
Your Honor! Mr. Hamilton's statement of a moment ago is absurd. According to the laws of Charles I, any criticism of an officer of the government is libel, whether true or false.
If you have brought witnesses here only to prove the printing and publishing of these alleged libels, we acknowledge that.
Your Honor!
The indictment against the defendant stated that he had printed and caused to be published certain false libels. It then follows that the prosecution is also calling the truth a libel.
Mr. Hamilton, have a care what you say, sir.
Certainly men in authority are not exempt from adhering to justice. It is the governor's duty to be just. And if he abuses this privilege, must every man injured remain silent? Must every man be jailed as a libeler for the mere telling of his sufferings to his neighbor?
The law is clear, Mr. Attorney. A libel might be a libel even if true. But whenever this line of reasoning, the bench will not entertain such argument.
As you wish, Your Honor. But I trust that the bare printing of a paper will not make a libel or my client a libeler. For the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or we are not guilty. If the Attorney General can prove the statements that we have printed to be false, I will admit that they are scandalous, seditious, and a libel. But we will save him the trouble by proving that the statements made in the defendant's newspaper are true.
Mr. Hamilton, let me remind you that we are not convened to determine the truth or falsity of the defendant's statements, but only whether they were printed.
I understand, Your Honor. However, if I am unable to prove or disprove or even discuss the truth or falsity of my client's statements, there is only one course left to me. Your Honor, may I address the jury direct?
Proceed, Mr. Hamilton, but confine yourself within the limits and purpose of this trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal for witnesses to the truth of the facts that we have offered and are denied the liberty to prove. The facts which we offer to prove are notoriously known to be true, and therefore in your wisdom and justice lies your present and future safety. As we are denied the giving of evidence to prove the truth of what we have published, I beg leave to lay it down as a rule that the suppressing of evidence ought to be taken as the strongest evidence.
Mr. Hamilton, you'll try the patience of this court beyond all endurance.
Peter Zenger has exercised the right that all freemen claim. The right to publicly remonstrate the abuses of power in the strongest terms, to put their neighbors upon their guard against the craft or open violence of men in authority. Gentlemen of the jury, remember, it is your duty, and not the judges, to determine what was or was not a libel. This is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No. Your decision may in its consequences affect every free man that lives under a British government in America. Gentlemen, you must decide for the best cause, the only cause, the cause of liberty. Hold on! Hold on!
Judge Delancey gave an outrageously biased charge to the jury, and the latter group retired. And thus to 12 good men and true came a supreme moment, for upon them rests the fateful decision of whether in prosecution for criticism of a public official, the jury or the judge decides the law and the facts.
We, the jury, find Peter Zenger not guilty.
But, Peter, you must come. This celebration is for you.
Yes, and for Andrew and Hamilton.
Go on, Peter. A celebration is due you. I shall wait here at home.
Gentlemen, I deeply appreciate the honor, and I'm aware of the sentiment that prompts your generosity, but I would like
to be with your wife. Yes. We understand, Peter.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton. And two, while your glorious words are still fresh in my mind, I wish to set them in type. For tomorrow, the Journal publishes its first special edition.
Pat O'Brien again. You know, each week we receive letters from listeners, well, all over the country. And these are a never-ending source of pleasure to all of us associated with family theater. Last week, however, we received an unusually beautiful letter. It so completely sums up the entire purpose of family theater. Well, we'd like to share it with you.
Last night, my husband should have been studying his physics, and I should have been mending his socks. Instead, we were listening to the radio. Secretly, I was worrying. Will he be called to the service? Will we ever be able to have a home of our own? How much will it cost for a nice chicken for Christmas this year? Then suddenly I was aware of a friendly, calm, quiet voice saying something about prayer and God bless you. It was the family theater program. For a few still moments, I was aware of the most important kind of peace in the universe. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding. You people on the family theater were very close to me. You were among my dearest friends, my most loved. And somehow, we were all with God. For a moment, I felt certain that the world isn't going to the dogs after all. The outworn proverb that says, it's always darkest before the dawn, seemed true. You made me feel that perhaps the dawn is just an hour away. Perhaps the world's distress is a kind of spiritual labor pain. And in a while, with faith and God's help, all the pain will turn to joy.
We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the writer, and we hope that our program will mean as much to you as it did to her. And that you, too, will experience what we mean when we say, the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
Pat O'Brien will return in just a moment. From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Raymond Burr as Andrew Hamilton in The Story of Peter Zenger. Others in our cast were Michael Hayes, Gene Bates, Tudor Owen, Herb Rawlinson, Bill Johnstone, Stan Waxman, and Jack Crucian. The script was written by Robert Turnbull, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and was directed for Family Theater by J.F. Mansfield. And once again, here is Pat O'Brien.
Family Theater is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, and by the Mutual Network. We of the entertainment world enjoy appearing on these Family Theater broadcasts. Now, next week, starting 1/2 hour earlier than our usual broadcast time over many of these stations, you will hear a full hour program marking the great American holiday, Thanksgiving Day. And appearing on this special broadcast will be Ezio Pinza, Ann Blythe, Richard Widmark, Joe Stafford, Marina Cochette, Ann Jameson, Rod O'Connor, James Alexander, and myself. This program will be presented by the Family Rosary. This is Pat O'Brien expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week 1/2 hour earlier for the Thanksgiving hour. Join us, won't you?
Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When the 4th of July weekend arrived at Madison High Summer School, it was welcomed most enthusiastically by Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there.
I don't know why I looked forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. I like my work, and I'm very fond of my pupils. Then there's the school principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin. Well, what do you know? I just found out why I look forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. Mr. Conklin and I never have been what the scientists call chemical affinities. But last week we really reached the ultimate in mutual harassment. I would hesitate to describe Mr. Conklin's temper as volcanic, but by last Thursday I would swear I saw a thin trickle of lava flowing out of his ears. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it Friday morning at breakfast. He hasn't been this irritable since last month when I broke his new glasses.
My goodness, Connie, how did you do that?
It was an accident, Mrs. Davis. They broke when we both bent down at the same time.
You both bent down?
Yes, to pick up a hammer I had dropped on his foot.
Osgood is certainly hard to get along with. Oh, Connie, did you say you wanted tea or coffee this morning?
I said I wanted milk, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, of course you did. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Almost as bad as my sister Angela.
How is Angela, Mrs. Davis?
Angela?
Your sister.
Oh. She's terribly absent-minded, poor dear. Why, the other morning, do you know what she did?
No, what?
She found herself with 1 foot in the bathtub and 1 foot out of the bathtub.
Well, there's nothing absent-minded about that. It happens to most of us, sooner or later.
But Angela couldn't remember whether she was just getting into the tub or whether she was just getting out.
Well, that is a dilemma. What did she do?
She let the water out and took a shower. Now, I'd better get you that hot chocolate you wanted.
It's milk, Mrs. Davis, and it's right here on the table. Can I pour some for you?
Oh, no, thanks, Connie. I never drink milk in the morning. It keeps me up all day.
Maybe we should have gone on talking about Mr. Conklin.
Say, that reminds me, Connie. How's Mr. Conklin been treating you lately?
You should have seen him yesterday when I stopped in at his office to get my check.
Was he very disagreeable, Connie?
Not at first. That's what's so confusing. When I sat down to sign for the check, he was extremely civil to me, almost courteous. And then in a few seconds, boom, his whole attitude changed.
But why?
That's what I'd like to know. You think I spilled that bottle of ink on his coat purposely?
Oh, Connie, not a bottle of ink.
I couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis, and I tried my best to get out the spots.
With what?
With spot remover, of course. Or at least I thought it was spot remover. It isn't my fault that Mr. Conklin keeps ammonia in his desk, is it?
Ammonia? But, Connie, ammonia will just burn right through the cloth.
Please, Mrs. Davis, you sound just like Mr. Conklin. But I won't be running into him for the next few days, thank goodness. I'm going away for the July 4th weekend.
But, Connie, can you afford to go away?
On my salary, I can't afford to stay home. But I've made up my mind to do it if I have to go without lunch for a week. And guess where I'm going, Mrs. Davis?
Where?
To Eagle Springs. And guess what bashful scientist is going to get the surprise of his life because he's going there, too, and doesn't know I'm coming?
It's not Mr. Boynton.
It ain't Al Einstein. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'll get ready for school. Walter Denton should be picking me up pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie, but there's something I forgot to tell you. Walter called while you were in the shower and said he can't pick you up this morning.
Oh, great. And my car won't budge.
What's the matter with it, Connie?
I don't know exactly. Last time I went out to the garage to look at it, it was lying on its side, panting.
Walter said he hoped you'd understand, but he had to drive Mr. Conklin to the doctor's this morning.
The doctor's? Why, that's a shame. I wonder what's wrong with poor Mr. Conklin.
Well, Osgood, I can't seem to find anything radically wrong with your physical condition, outside of a slightly elevated blood pressure, that is.
What is my blood pressure, Dr. Haney?
Oh, nothing to worry about, Osgood. Around 180, I'd say. Of course, if it gets to 200, I'd advise you to sell.
If the There's one thing I've always wanted. It's a comical physician. Now tell me, Doctor, what's wrong with me?
Well, I can't discover any physical symptoms, Osgood, but there's no doubt about it. Something seems to be troubling you mentally. Now, what is it?
It isn't a what, it's a who. And what a who. Even when we're not together, I can still see her face before me.
But, Osgood, who is this woman?
It's Miss Brooks, Doctor. She teaches English at Madison.
It seems to me, Osgood, if Miss Brooks grates on your nerves so much, you shouldn't let her cross your path. Avoid contact with her whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I recommend that you leave town for a few days.
That's it. I'll do it. I'll go away for the 4th of July weekend. But where?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Do your world of good to get away for a few days. Say, now, maybe I can help you.
You?
Why, sure. I know the squaw in charge of reservations on the Chief. Oh,
it will be good to get away.
Hello, Miss Brooks. You're just the person I wanted to see.
Good morning, Harriet. What can I do for you?
It's Daddy, Miss Brooks. I'm real worried about him. Last night he cried out in his sleep several times. Mother had to keep waking him up, and once in his sleep he screamed out your name.
My name?
Yes. That's when Mother had to tie him to the bed.
I think I can explain your father's nocturnal penchant for screaming my name, Harriet. We've spent the better part of this week exchanging unpleasantries.
Then Daddy did have words with you?
Harriet, your daddy had words that I wouldn't repeat in front of a sailor.
He was extremely nervous this morning when Walter Denton drove him to the doctor's.
Well, I hope his doctor has a good doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll run along to class.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. Here's Daddy now.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Well, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me physically at all.
I knew it. You look better already.
Thank you, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. He just took a turn for the worse.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. So far. I'd better get into my office now. I'll see you later, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. But what's the umbrella for?
It looked like rain when I left for the doctor's. Oh, by the way, it's a rather sturdy umbrella, Miss Brooks. Care to whack me over the head with it to start off the day?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Conklin.
You're sure now?
I'll take a rain check. I'm positive. Oh, hold still a minute, Mr. Conklin. There's a thread hanging from the lapel of your coat. I'll pull it out for you.
You needn't bother.
It's no bother. I'll pull it out in just a second. There, that does it. No, there seems to be more. Hold still, please.
I'm waiting, Miss Brooks.
I'm pulling, Mr. Conklin.
His lapel looks all right, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm getting it now. This a new suit, Mr. Conklin?
Yes. Yes, it is. No doubt you remember my old suit, Miss Brooks. The one with the ink spots.
Ink spots? How in the world did you get... Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. I thought you'd like to know that I cleaned Walter Denton's windshield with it this morning.
Well, it certainly needed it. I'm sorry about your suit, Mr. Conklin, but, say, this is funny. There doesn't seem to be any end to this thread.
So I see. Miss Brooks, would you be good enough to give me the ball of thread you're holding in your hand? I'll have another lapel sewn on.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Conklin. I didn't realize
My brand new suit. 2 pairs of pants and 1 lapel. Let me in that office immediately. Step aside, Harry.
But, Daddy... Daddy seems quite annoyed at you this morning, doesn't he, Miss Brooks?
I think so. In fact, there's an old Eskimo saying that describes his feelings toward me perfectly. It goes, Pulikamu konakrio exo.
What does that mean?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I had no further encounters with Mr. Conklin during my first class, and while waiting for another session to begin, I was bolstered by the thought that I'd soon be on my way to Eagle Springs for the 4th of July weekend. While I was marking some composition papers, Walter Denton returned from the errand I'd sent him on.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I'm back.
Did you get me a ticket to Eagle Springs, Walter?
Sure, Miss Brooks, but first I told Mr. Boynton I was going to the railroad station on an errand, and then I volunteered to pick up his ticket to Eagle Springs for him. And when he gave me the money, I just added what you'd given me and bought 2 tickets. Seats 208 and 209 in the parlor car. Right smack up against each other.
Why, Walter Denton, where did you ever get such a diabolical scheme?
From you. Now, don't you remember, Miss Brooks? You laid the whole thing out for me.
Never mind, Walter. Are you sure the seats are together?
Positive. And it was a lucky break I got any seats at all. The trains are sure crowded for this 4th of July weekend. Gosh, the station was alive with travelers.
Those are the best kind. Now, look, Walter, you have got to promise me you won't mention my trip to a soul. I don't want Mr. Boynton to know I'm going to Eagle Springs until he sits down next to me on that train.
You have my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
I've just read your composition. Your word as a gentleman will do.
No, all kidding aside, Miss Brooks, how did you like my composition? Great baseball yarn, isn't it?
Frankly, Walter, it's a little hard for me to judge. I know how crazy you are about baseball. I'd like to be fair in marking your composition, but, well, this time you've really got me stumped.
But why?
Maybe it's because the first 6 pages contain nothing but the American League box scores.
I just put that in to make it more dramatic.
Well, some of it is pretty exciting at that. I remember one very eloquent phrase that keeps recurring in the story. Had me right on the edge of my seat. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. Coleman to Sternweiss to Phillips.
That's a famous double play combination. You know, on the Yankees.
Oh, Yankees, of course. The northern team. Well, you'd better be getting on to your next class.
Now, okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, before I go, is there anything I can do for you while you're out of town?
Yes, Walter. Come to think of it, there is something you can do. You'll probably be seeing a lot of Harriet Conklin over the weekend, won't you?
That's for sure.
Well, you can do me this one big favor. Whenever Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, please don't mention my name.
When Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, I'm usually not. He hates me, you know.
You're not the only one. But just don't talk about me when he's around. I'm hoping he'll cool down a bit while I'm away. Oh, there's that pesky fly again. He's been in here all morning.
Well, be darned if I'd hang around summer school all day if I was a fly.
Maybe he needs the credit. Hand me that fly swatter, Walter. Thanks.
Oh, he lit over here on the door, Miss Brooks. I'll open it and let him fly out.
No, don't, Walter. He looks like a germ carrier. I think I've got a good bead on the little pest. Here goes.
Fortunately, I get my glasses wholesale.
Mr. Conklin.
And now that you've warmed up, Miss Brooks, how about trying the umbrella?
It was an accident, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks didn't mean to hit you. She was after that other pest. I mean, the fly.
Well, if it isn't Walter Denton. I've hit the jackpot this time.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just sit down a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin, just have a seat. I'll gather your glasses for you.
Yes. Oh, Denton.
Yes, sir?
Get out!
Yes, sir! That is, yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, the reason I came in here was to inform you, as I have the other members of the faculty, that I'm going away for a while.
Away? For how long, Mr. Conklin?
Well, this morning I planned on staying away for just 3 days. But then, when you siphoned off one of my lapels, I decided to make it 4 or 5. And just now, when you flogged me with that fly swatter, I realized I'll need at least a week.
Mr. Conklin, I won't deny that a series of extremely unfortunate incidents have occurred.
How very broad-minded of you. Well, there won't be any more of them for me, at least not for the next week. I always thought I was a man of more than average courage, Miss Brooks, but I've discovered recently that I'm not.
Please, Mr.
It's true. It's true. I am a coward, Miss Brooks. But be that as it may, I am determined to live long enough to be an old coward. Hence, I am about to flee the city.
But where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know yet. I've called the railroad station, but their trains are all jammed with 4th of July weekenders. However...
Yes, I know. It's very crowded on almost all the trains.
I haven't finished talking, Miss Brooks. I was about to say, however, I'm going to try the airport this afternoon. Maybe I can get a plane for somewhere. Oh, that's a very annoying fly.
Oh, I've got the swatter, Mr. Conklin. I'll get it this time. You just sit still.
No, I'll get out of this seat if you don't mind.
You got up, Mr. Conklin.
As I was saying, Miss Brooks, I'll go to the airport. If I can't get a plane from somewhere, I may fly somewhere without a plane!
Class, it only requires a little concentration to avoid embarrassing mistakes in conversation. We'll take up next the works of Lord Byron. That's all for now. Class dismissed, and have a nice weekend.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Could I see you for a minute?
Why, Mr. Boynton, you may see me for longer than that. Come in, won't you?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oh? Going somewhere?
Yes. Walter Denton just got me a ticket on the 4:15 to Eagle Springs. I'm going to spend the 4th of July weekend up there.
How nice for you, Mr. Boynton. It should do you a world of good.
Yes, I really need the rest. I've been working pretty hard lately. Still, I want you to know I'll miss our regular Friday afternoon date, Miss Brooks.
I don't see why. That was a pretty tiresome crowd we were running around with.
Miss Brooks, we went to the zoo on Fridays.
That's what I mean. Every week, the same old hairy faces.
Well, it does a man good to get away from town every so often. Gives him a chance to think things out. Commune with nature, as it were. You know, I like to get next to Mother Nature once in a while.
Now, isn't that funny? I feel the same way about Father Nature. That is, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time, Mr. Boynton.
I knew you'd understand, Miss Brooks. Walter got me a seat in the parlor car. They usually come in twos, you know.
Do they?
Yes, I hope someone nice sits next to me. It's quite a long trip, and a friendly traveling companion can make the time pass much more pleasantly.
I'm sure you'll draw the doll of the world.
No, not me. Just my luck. I'll probably wind up alongside some big fat dunce.
Do not. I mean, it's silly to even speculate about your train partner, Mr. Boynton. Forget it for now.
Well, if only he has a good sense of humor. I remember the last trip I took to New York. On my way back, I sat right next to George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright.
Really? How was his sense of humor?
You'd be surprised. It wasn't so good. I told him one of my best gags, too. You know the one where I make my shoes squeak on purpose? Well, when Kaufman asked me if they were new shoes, I said, "Shoes nothing. Those are my Blue Jay corn plasters chirping." Now, you know that's funny.
It's a scream. How did Mr. Kaufman react?
He took 2 Alka-Seltzers and went to sleep.
Probably jealous because he didn't make it up.
Well, I guess I better be leaving now, Miss Brooks. I've still got to say goodbye to Mr. Conklin.
Well, whatever you do, don't mention my name to him. This is one of my bad days.
Miss Brooks, you shouldn't fight with Mr. Conklin.
I'm not fighting with him, Mr. Boynton. Why, Mr. Conklin would be the first to admit that we'd get along splendidly together if it weren't for just one thing.
What's that?
Me.
Come in.
Oh, I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sit down a minute, Boynton. I'm just getting some information from the Travel Bureau. What did you say the name of that train was again? The Snake Eyes Limited? No, I'm afraid I don't care to go as far as Las Vegas. Goodbye. Now then, you were saying?
Just goodbye, Mr. Conklin. I'm going up to Eagle Springs for the weekend.
Eagle Springs? But you won't be able to get a train ticket. I've tried every which way to get out of this town. It's just impossible.
Oh, not for me, it isn't. I've got my ticket right here. Seat 209 in the parlor car on the 415.
Well, let's see that ticket, Boynton. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, Boynton. Boynton, I've always looked upon you as one of the outstanding members of Madison's faculty. Not just as a teacher, mind, although you're one of the best.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But also as a human being. You, Boynton, are the type of chap who would never let anyone down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I know you'll sell me that ticket and postpone your own vacation.
Postpone it, but Mr. Conklin, I can't.
Can't? In the vocabulary of a Madison High School teacher, there is no such word as can't.
Well, then I won't. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I've worked very hard for this vacation,
Of course you have, my boy. It was selfish of me to even suggest that you give me your ticket on the train. The fact that I'm on the verge of complete mental breakdown should not sway you in the slightest.
Mental breakdown? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, chin up, boy. Wipe that frown from your face. You should be smiling. You're going on a trip. A happy, carefree trip. Forget about me trembling in my stuffy little office. You're on the train, boy. I can see you now, sitting there in that plush parlor car, the sun streaming through the windows. What's this? Conductor is approaching. Tickets? Tickets, please. Where's your ticket?
Here it is.
Thanks, Boynton. I knew you'd come through.
Here you are, miss. Seat 208.
Thank you.
Now, this bag belongs to the gentleman in the next seat. He went back to the smoking car just before we pulled out.
Oh, that's perfect. Now I can really surprise him.
Oh, you know him?
Not as well as I'm going to. That is, we've never been on a vacation together before.
Oh, that's the fellow coming down the aisle there. Oh, yes. He's got adhesive tape on his glasses.
What? Are you sure that's the man who has seat 209?
I'm positive. I parked him here myself.
Oh, well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to face the window before he sits down.
What for?
If he sees me before he sits down, he'll fall down.
Oh, I get it. It's a rib. Tickets.
205, 207. Ah, here we are, 209. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go. Well, I have a traveling companion. I don't blame you for gazing out the window. Lovely scenery, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like taking a little trip, eh?
Mm-mm.
I don't mind telling you I was a candidate for the Mayo Clinic before I got on this train. But it's going to be different now. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go, and as we go I sing ho-ho, hi-ho. Hey, look at the sun coming from behind that cloud.
Hmm?
Shining on the window that way, it's beginning to reflect your features. Yes? There are your eyes. Nice eyes. There's your nose. Pretty nose. There's your mouth, your chin. Put them all together, and they add up.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to the Mayo Clinic we go.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after I found out the identity of Mr. Boynton's summer replacement on the train, I altered my plans for the weekend. Computing the wind velocity and the rate of speed at which we were traveling, I decided not to get off until the first stop. Then I took the next train back to town. And when I arrived at the depot, I ran right into Walter Denton.
Miss Brooks, what are you doing here? You should be halfway to Eagle Springs by now.
I was, Walter, but I found out that Mr. Boynton isn't going, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him spend the weekend alone.
Alone? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton got a last-minute cancellation and left for Eagle Springs 5 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, I drove him down.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way I can celebrate the holiday now. I'll make an anonymous call to Mr. Conklin on Monday.
An anonymous call?
Yes, Walter. That's the 4th of July, and I'm really going to shoot off my mouth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents.
Last year, forest fires laid waste 30 million acres of America's timberland. This year, only you can keep it from happening again. So when you or your family are camping, motoring in, or even near a forest area, remember these 4 rules. 1, crush out, completely out, all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, before going near timber, ask fire authorities where campfires or even smoking are permitted. Remember, another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again at this same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, oh, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, what is it? Okay, thank you.
Some more pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at them young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No. Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
That's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started, we were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Eleanor, 4 times 7.
28. E-F-G-H-I-J. A sailor cried, land, land, and at daybreak Columbus saw that it was indeed land. Next week, Pop. The teacher wrote on the blackboard, Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all, but he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activities.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
That last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the Revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who helped make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
You said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I'm to go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
What you told me this afternoon, you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, put that mole back. We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education...
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg, and let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the story. Stories of people, of nations, of the world, of yesterday and today, and the meaning they hold for tomorrow.
Now, I'm an ordinary guy, any American you want to name. The fact that I'm a radio announcer doesn't matter for the moment. I've got a story I want you to hear, a story that I think is important to both of us, to you overseas and to me on the home front. Here's why I think it's important. Here are my reasons. Now, you know that in the United States, you can walk to the corner newspaper stand and take your own choice of various newspapers. You know, too, they're likely to disagree with each other in their views, and some of them are likely to disagree with the administration in power. We take that for granted. Still, you don't get arrested for buying the paper you want, and no publisher gets arrested for printing it. Even in the midst of a tough war, we allow so much freedom of criticism that sometimes it worries people from other countries. But we know it's our strength. Better allow this freedom, better even have it abused at times, than to let one group of people decide what's to be printed and what we should think. We've seen where that can land, in Germany and Japan. Now, this particular freedom wasn't won in America without some pretty hard fights, and that's what our story is about today. This is the story of one of the most crucial and important of those struggles.
The Freedom of the Press, with Raymond Edward Johnson as Andrew Hamilton. (1733). On the village green in East Chester, near New York City, an election is held. A printer, John Peter Zenger, publishes the truth about the election. He keeps on publishing the truth. The authorities don't like it. They clamp him in jail. There is the beginning of a battle, a long battle that won for America freedom of the press. For in the words of Governor Morris,
Andrew Hamilton's defense of Zenger in 1735 was the germ of American freedom, the morning star of that liberty which later revolutionized America.
It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout.
Others were closed. It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout. It was more than... However, there's a saying that when a neighbor's house is on fire, we must look to our own. Certainly the fact that you and Smith were disbarred for taking the case of this man Zenger is enough to whip every advocate in the colonies into action.
I found differently, Mr. Hamilton. Yours was the only door that opened to us. The others were closed by the influence of Governor Cosby.
I understand that Zenger is being represented by Councilor Chambers.
Cosby's man.
And the justices, Delancey and Phillips?
Cosby's.
And I dare say the jury has been well intimidated to make it a pretty thorough travesty on justice.
The jury has been instructed to find a verdict agreeable with the opinions of the court.
What a farce. Pretty a mess of legal mud has ever smeared a court. Oh, we're almost there. Give me the details quickly.
Well, when Governor Cosby took office in 1732, he immediately dismissed the People's Court and established his own. With the law in his own pocket, he was able to cheat, swindle, and rob at leisure. We lawyers banded together against him and financed Peter Zenger's newspaper.
Aye.
We wrote articles. Now, here's one quoted in the indictment which had the whole city of New York laughing at Cosby. Listen. We see men's deeds destroyed, judges arbitrarily displaced, new courts erected without consent of the legislature, by which it seems to me
that trials by jury are taken away when the governor pleases. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized.
I agree with that in every particular.
Aye, friends, that's a tidy bit. But there's more yet. Listen. Removing to New Jersey as a means of escaping these complaints would be leaping from the frying pan into the fire. For both provinces
The
are
people
under
of the
same
city of
government.
New York think, as matters now stand, that their liberties and properties are precarious, and that slavery is like to be forced upon them and their posterity if past injustices are not corrected and future injustices avoided. Hear, hear! Let Governor Cosby swallow that as easily as he swallowed up our freedom. Here's more stuff to choke our esteemed governor. A supreme governmental authority injures the whole of his people if he evades or suffers the law to be evaded. In such a suppression and evasion, that supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and a traitor to his country. Right, that's right.
By His Excellency William Cosby, Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of the Province of New York, a proclamation. Hear ye, hear ye. Whereas, by the contrivance of some evil persons in the printed newspaper entitled the New York Weekly Journal, containing the freshest advices, foreign and domestic, have been caused to print and publish divers scandalous, virulent, false, and seditious reflection upon His Majesty's government by John Peter Zenger as printer, this proclamation is issued, promising a reward of £50 to such persons as shall discover the author or
Reward.
authors
Proclamation.
of the said
By
scandalous,
my
virulent,
blood,
and
Delancey, what
seditious
good are these
reflections
rewards and proclamations?
under my hand
No one claims the first or listens to the latter.
I beg you, sir, be patient. Soon we will act against Zenger.
God save the king.
God save me from stupid blunderers like you, Delancey. I told you a month ago to arrest Zenger.
The man is innocent. He has merely printed these things. It was not his hand that penned them.
No, but by heaven, if Zenger is jailed, there'll be no one to publish these outrageous stories. I want Zenger thrown into the deepest, darkest
Peter
dungeon
Zenger.
in the city.
You're under arrest for treason by order of the governor.
I want his presses broken up and thrown into the Hudson. Tear his place apart.
His lawyers, James Alexander and William Smith.
Disbar them. Keep them away from Zenger at
James
any price.
Alexander and William Smith, for having signed exceptions in the name of John Peter Zenger, are excluded from any further practice in this court, and their names are struck out off the rolls of attorneys of this court. Signed, the Honorable James Delancey, Chief Justice.
Well, that's the complete story, Mr. Hamilton. Zenger was kept in jail for 6 months without being allowed to consult the law. However, I've prepared this brief for you. Ah, here, we're stopping.
Aye. And there's a goodly crowd about. I can see that the people realize the importance of this trial.
Oh, they do. Zenger wrote articles on the subject during his imprisonment and smuggled them out to his wife, who printed them.
Ah, that's a grand thing. Open the door to me, Mr. Alexander, and mind my foot.
Here you are.
Say, look. Aye, it's Hamilton, and I've come to defend Peter Zenger.
And the due process of the law against him, the said John Peter
Well, the
Zenger,
trial has already
in this
begun.
part to be done to answer
Which
to
of the
our
wigs is the
said
so-called
law
defense attorney Chambers?
outlined in the premises, etc.
That's he over there.
To this information, the defendant has pleaded not guilty, and we are ready to prove it.
Will the counsel for the defense answer?
He's going to answer the information.
May it please your honors, a great allowance should be made for what men speak or write.
Mm-hmm.
In all libels, there must be some person so clearly pointed out that no doubt remains as to who is meant.
There speaks Cosby himself.
I am in the hopes that the prosecuting attorney will fail in his proof as to this point.
Bah!
Who is that? Come before the court.
I? With the greatest of pleasure.
Did you wish to address the court, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I'm concerned in this cause on the part of Mr. Zenger, the defendant, and I do
You
wish...
cannot interest yourself in the cause here being reviewed without the consent of the defendant. Mr. Zenger has already engaged Mr. Chambers as advocate.
Sirs, I'm of the opinion that Mr. Zenger will offer no objection to my interest when I say that I came here from Philadelphia at the request of James Alexander. No objection, I presume? Then I can proceed. I do, for my client, confess and admit that he both printed and published the 2 newspapers set forth in the charges.
Did the court clerk enter that admission?
Yes, Your Honors.
Then, if Your Honor pleases, since Mr. Hamilton has admitted the guilt of his client in printing and publishing these libels, I think the jury must be directed to find a verdict for the king.
Not so, Mr. Attorney. There are 2 sides to that bargain. I have pleaded guilty to the publishing and printing. I plead not guilty to the charge of libel. The mere publishing and printing of a paper does not make libel. You have to do more in order to prove your case. You must prove that the statements printed were libelous. That is, false, seditious, and scandalous as charged.
If these statements in these papers are not libels, I don't know what a libel is. Listen. Trials by jury are taken. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized. And here is more. That supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and traitor to his country. The government of His Excellency is too sacred to be subjected to these gross libels.
May it please your honors, I'm ready to affirm that the government is a sacred thing. But I differ from the attorney when he insinuates that the just complaints of a number of men suffering from misrule are a libel against the offending government. Had I believed that to be the law, I should not have given the court the trouble of hearing anything I might say in this cause.
The case before the court is whether Mr. Zenger is guilty of libeling His Excellency the Governor of New York and indeed the whole administration of the government. Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and the publishing, and I think the words used are plainly scandalous and seditious. Tyranny, arbitrary power, enemy, traitor. And if such papers are not libel, I think it may be said that there is no such thing as libel.
I cannot agree with Mr. Attorney, for although I freely admit the existence of such a thing as libel, I insist that my client has committed none. I noticed just now that Mr. Attorney, in defining libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether by design or oversight, he omitted the word false.
I don't think I omitted the word false. But regardless of that, a libel is a libel, whether true or not.
Again, I must differ with Mr. Attorney. The information to which we have pleaded not guilty is the printing of a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. The word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? I hope Mr. Attorney will not say he put it there by chance, because I intend to prove that without the word false, this cause is not valid.
May it... Continue.
It is a falsehood that makes a scandal, and both together make the libel. To show the court that I am in good earnest and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney's trouble, I will agree that if he can prove the words to be false, I'll admit them to be scandalous, seditious, and a libel. So the work seems to be somewhat shortened, and Mr. Attorney has only to prove the words false in order to make us guilty.
We have nothing. We have nothing to prove. You have confessed the printing and publishing. But if it were necessary to prove, and I insist it is not, how can we prove a negative?
I did not expect to hear in an experienced court of law that a negative cannot be proved. If a man is charged with murder and proves the victim to be alive and happy, he has proved a negative. However, we will save the attorney this trouble also. And we'll prove that those very papers that are called libels are true in every word.
You cannot be admitted, Mr. Hamilton, to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel cannot be justified, for it is a libel whether true or not.
I am sorry that the court has so soon decided the point. I had expected to be heard on the subject. I have not in all my life met with an authority which says we cannot give the truth and evidence during a libel cause.
The law is clear that you cannot justify a libel.
I know that. May it please Your Honor to be so. But we have a plain authority in the judgment on the case of John de Northampton, in which it was said, et quia praedictus Johannes cognovit dictam litteram per se scriptam Roberto de Ferrer, cui este consilio regis, qua littera continet in se nullum veritate, etc. Now, sir, by this judgment it appears the libelous words were utterly false. Which made it a crime? The falsehood made the crime. And is that not what we contend in this case? Do not we insist that the falsehood makes the scandal and both make the libel? How can it be known whether Zenger's printing was libelous, that is, false or true, unless we are allowed to prove them true, since the attorney will not undertake to prove them false? In the case of Fuller against the Crown, that great man, Lord Chief Justice Holt, laid down the rule that he who will take upon himself to write things, it lies upon him to prove them at his peril. Now, sir, we have acknowledged the printing and publishing of those papers set forth in the charges, and we are ready to prove them true at our peril.
There will be a short adjournment. Mr. Attorney, will you come to my chambers, please? Mr. Attorney, before adjournment of the court, you heard what Mr. Hamilton said concerning the validity of false or true statements as pertaining to libel. What do you say to it?
The law, in my opinion, is very clear. The defendant cannot be permitted to justify a libel. The matter seems very plain, and I submit it to judgment.
Mr. Hamilton, the court is of the opinion you ought not to be permitted to prove the truth of the statements called libelous.
May it please Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton, the court have delivered their opinion, and we expect you will use us with good manners. You are not to be permitted an argument against the opinion of the court.
With submission, sir, I have seen the practice in very great courts and never heard it unmannerly.
After the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you've been overruled.
I will say no more at this time. It is easily seen that the court is against us in this point.
Use the court with good manners, and you shall be allowed all the liberty you can reasonably desire.
I thank Your Honor. Then, gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. We are to prove. You are honest and lawful men. The fact you have liberty of giving evidence is the strongest evidence of guilt.
Mr. Hamilton!
So it follows that you 12 men must understand the words used in these newspapers to be false, or else we are not guilty of libel.
No, Mr. Hamilton, no. The jury must find that Zenger printed and published those papers and leave it to the court to decide whether they are libelous.
But, and it please Your Honor...
You know this procedure is common. It is in the nature of a special verdict where the jury may leave the matter of the law to the court.
I see. I know that the jury may do so, but I likewise know that they may do otherwise. 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 The judgment of the court renders juries useless. It is true that in times past it was a crime to speak truth, and many brave and worthy men suffered for so doing. Yet even in those bad times, a great and good man durst say what I hope will not be taken amiss of me to say in this place. To wit, the practice of information for libels is a sword in the hands of a wicked king and an arrant coward to cut down and destroy the innocent.
Pray, Mr. Hamilton, have a care what you say. Don't go too far. I don't like the liberties you take.
All men agree that we are governed by the best of kings, and I cannot see the meaning of Mr. Attorney's caution. We know His Majesty's gracious intention towards his subjects. He desires no more than that his people in the colonies be kept to their duty and allegiance to the crown of Great Britain. But will anyone say that this aim is effected by a governor setting his people by the ears, plaguing and plundering the rich and poor alike? The commission which governors bear deserves reverence and submission. But when a governor departs from duty and acts as though his were the powers and honors of a royal hand, the people must inquire into that power.
Another outburst of this unseemly disturbance, and I shall clear the court.
Sirs, power alone will not make a man beloved. And I have heard it said that the man who was neither good nor wise before his being made a governor never mended upon reaching that exalted rank, but generally has been observed to become worse. And the more such men consider themselves out of reach of that law, the more wicked and cruel they are. I wish I could say there are no illustrations of that this day. It must be agreed to by all men that while they keep within the bounds of truth, they should with safety speak and write their sentiments of the men in power, whose conduct affects the liberty or property of the people. Were this denied, the next step is slavery. Mr. Attorney has insisted that the government is a sacred thing. Still a more sacred thing. Every day I see men delving into the Bible. So we may, but must take care what he says of the governor. Gentlemen of the jury, the danger is great if we put too much credulity into this court. A proper confidence is commendable, but the verdict must be yours and not referred to the discretion of others. Much depends upon this. A loss of liberty to a generous mind is far more deadly than death. The man who loves his country prefers its liberty to all other considerations, knowing that without liberty, life is misery. The question before the court and before you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small or private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York alone. A printer, nor of New York. It is the cause of liberty. Your upright conduct and just verdict this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. And every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an attempt of tyranny and secured for us and our posterity that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right. The liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing truth.
Order! Quiet! Bailiff, get order in this court. Gentlemen of the jury, the great pains Mr. Hamilton has taken to show how little regard juries are to pay to the opinions of the judges is done, no doubt, with the design that you should take but little notice of what I say on this occasion. I shall therefore only observe to you that, as the deed is confessed, the only thing that can come before you is whether the act makes a law. And that is a matter of law, which you may leave to the court. You may withdraw to consider your verdict. Is the jury agreed upon a verdict?
We are.
Have you found John Peter Zenger guilty of printing and publishing the libels in the information mentioned?
We find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, not guilty.
Raymond Edward Johnson, whom you've just heard is Andrew Hamilton, recently finished a long run on Broadway as Thomas Jefferson, so he's well up on his civil liberties. Ray, I certainly did enjoy your performance in this story we've just heard.
Thank you very much.
I like the role.
I understand that the play was based on actual court records, Ray.
Yes, that's right. All the words have been preserved, and they're mighty important for us right now. Not just in a domestic way, but also in an international way.
Just what do you mean by that, Ray?
Well, we all know now that one of the first steps of a would-be dictator is to seize control of the press and radio. We saw it with Mussolini and Hitler, and we saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan, an old country that he can whip the minds of his people into fanaticism and brutal aggression. There was a time when the press and radio seemed like domestic problems that every country had a right to settle in its own way. Many felt that if Hitler wanted to shackle the German press, it was Germany's worry and not ours. Well, we know now that it can't ever again be thought of as a purely internal matter. It's everybody's problem because it affects the peace of the world. I know that in the United States, people are beginning to talk a good deal now about worldwide freedom of news. And I'm sure many of you in the armed forces are talking about it, too. It's one of those things that we're pretty sure we ought to have, only we're not sure just how to get it. It's one thing to say we want freedom of news, that we want people everywhere to have access to the facts. But putting it into effect is quite a different matter. Well, certainly I don't know the answer, but I know many are trying to find it. And that's the first step. Here's another of those crucial problems in international relations that is going to call for an awful lot of hard thought and patient work. It's another of those problems we'll have to think through if we're to meet the challenge we face, of making a world where peace is secure.
Thank you, Raymond Edward Johnson. You've been listening to The Freedom of the Press, another program in the important radio series, This is the Story, broadcast for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces. Tune in next week to This is the Story to This is the Story to This is the Story to This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Radio Service.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In America, the press constitutes a singular power, so strangely composed of mingled good and evil that liberty could not live without it, and public order can hardly be maintained against it. It causes political life to circulate through all parts of the vast territory. Its eye is constantly open to detect the secret springs of political designs and to summon the leaders of all parties in turn to the bar of public opinion. It rallies the interests of the community around certain principles and draws up the creed of every party. In the United States, each separate newspaper exercises but little authority. But the power of the press is second only to that of the people.
The Chief Instrument of Freedom. A study in the American press. Item 11 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in the American press, the chief instrument of freedom.
When Beaumont and I left America in 1832, the American press was on the verge of a great transition. While we were in America, daily newspapers cost 6 cents as a rule. This was too much for the working man. This sixpenny press, as it was called, was edited in the main by and for business institutions and politicians. No one of the 55 newspapers in New York had more than a circulation of 2,000 copies.
Then, suddenly, a year after we left, the great change took place. The penny press was started by the New York Sun in 1833. And what interested the 6-cent public did not interest the penny public. Soon there was a newspaper in the hands of every man in the city, and even of every boy old enough to read. These papers are to be found in every hotel, tavern, counting house, shop, etc. Almost every porter and drayman, while not engaged in his occupation, may be seen with a paper in his hands.
Even after we left America, we were able to follow the American press and to discover the inflated and bombastic claims of the self-confident editors of the penny press. Editors who collected all their own news and wrote the entire paper themselves, such as the celebrated Scottish-born James Gordon Bennett.
May 6, 1835. My first declaration of policy for the New York Herald, price 1 penny. In debuts of this kind, many talk of principle, political principle, party principle, as a sort of steel trap to catch the public. We openly disdain all steel traps, all principle, as it is called, all party, all politics. Our only guide shall be good, sound, practical common sense, applicable to the business and bosoms of men engaged in everyday life. We shall endeavor to record facts on every public and proper subject, stripped of verbiage and coloring, with comments, when suitable, just, independent, fearless, and good-tempered. The editors of many of the other daily newspapers are heavy speculators in Wall Street and are truly unfit by nature to come to a right conclusion upon any subject. They pervert every public event from its proper hue and coloring to raise one stock and depress another. There is no truth in them.
Every profession, of course, has its class spirit. The characteristics of the American journalist often consist in an open and coarse appeal to the passions of his readers. He abandons principles to assail the characters of individuals, to track them into private life and disclose all their weaknesses and vices. The first American newspaper over which we cast our eyes contained the following article on the President of the United States, Andrew Jackson.
In all this affair, the language of Jackson, the President, has been that of a heartless despot, solely occupied with the preservation of his own authority. Intrigue is his native element. He governs by means of corruption, and his immoral practices will redound to his shame and confusion. His conduct in the political arena has been that of a shameless and lawless gamester.
And this sort of attack is perfectly usual. Any American journalist will tell you the same, will indeed boast of it.
And why shouldn't I boast of it? In America, the press is a mighty power, and I share a little of that power.
What, sir, do you do exactly?
I'm a correspondent of one of the New York papers.
Oh, you write the letters from Washington for that paper?
Precisely so. And it's a more difficult task to write a good letter than to make a bad speech.
No doubt of that, sir. You may often be employed in making the best of a bad argument.
What do you mean, sir?
No, I mean by improving what has been said by a senator or representative.
Not only that, but it is we that give the cue to every argument. The representatives in Congress take up a question as they find it stated in the papers.
And it is you that govern the country.
It's the press, sir, and nothing but the press which governs free people.
But is not the press liable to error?
All human institutions are.
But we have such abundant means of correcting and preventing it that it's almost impossible for us to be in the wrong. In the first place, our press has the money by which it can secure the best talents, such as me. And secondly, our people are too cool to be easily wrought into a passion. We are a calculating people.
But your papers are full of personal abuse. Do you think that an advantage?
Not exactly, but it's unquestionably a great help, a seasoning of dull editorials. Our people have so much ordinary conversation in the course of the day that if it were not for the slander contained in our newspapers, they would not be amused at all. Papers, sir, are the eating, drink, and fuel of the Americans. And on that account, they can never be too hot for them.
But very high seasoning marks a bad taste. I should think the best papers on what is called the aristocratic side would scorn personal abuse.
Quite the reverse, sir, I assure you. It's the only means of attracting notoriety and of pleasing our first people. Besides, it'd be useless to play the part of a gentleman in that respect when all the rest are blackguards. We want strength, sir, strength and nothing but strength. None of your milk and molasses productions of which a man can make neither head nor tail. If we give a man a beating, we do not want him to get up again. We go the whole hog. When we attack a man, we assail at once his moral, political, religious, and domestic relations. Every little helps, you know. Give a dog a bad name and hang him, says the proverb, and it is just so with our politicians.
Indeed, it is pitiful to see what coarse insults, what small vilifications, and what imprudent calumnies fill the journals which serve as party organs.
I have always felt that whatever the divine providence permitted to occur, I was not too proud to report.
To say nothing of the fact that an American newspaper cheerfully prints whatever eccentric notion has entered the editor's head.
The motto of the New York Hawk and Buzzard: our gossip bird shall keep a bright lookout and show the world what folly is about.
I cannot support John Quincy Adams because he has introduced the billiard table into the President's house for the amusement of its inmates and visitors, thus holding out inducements to engage in a captivating vice, departing from plain Republican manners, imitating the court etiquette of regal power, and furnishing an example to the youth of our country which I conceive can be neither too generally nor too severely reprehended.
I founded the Indianapolis Gazette 60 miles from the nearest post office in a Buckeye log cabin of one room, part of which was occupied for family residence, and the ink was put on with balls of dressed deerskin stuffed with wool.
An editor might have started as a lawyer, a preacher, or a self-educated printer. But as an editor, he's let himself in for an exciting life. If he doesn't speak his mind, people lose respect for him. If he speaks his mind too much, he's in danger of life and limb. Editors openly accuse one another of the most disgusting acts, and the pistol is an editorial accessory not infrequently used. I reckon that's why the hard-pressed newspaperman wears his hat at his desk, so as to be able to make a hurried exit.
The policy of James Gordon Bennett. I want to make the New York Herald the great organ of social life, the prime element of civilization, the channel through which native talent, native genius, and native power may bubble up daily. I shall mix together commerce and business, pure religion and morals, literature and poetry, the drama and dramatic purity, till the Herald shall outstrip everything in the conception of man. The age of trashy novels, of more trashy poems, of more trashy quarterly and weekly literature is rapidly drawing to a close. This is the age of the daily press.
We live by our advertisements. Our advertising columns are open to the public, the whole public, and nothing but the public. We admit any advertisements of anything or any opinion from any persons who will pay the price.
The way these American editors speak of the financing of their newspapers reminds us that in America, writers are brain merchants. Literature is an industry. There is neither a classical school nor a romantic school. There is only the commercial school.
Oh, calmement.
Well, you know very well, Tocqueville, these writers will edit newspapers, pamphlets, advertisements. They sell ideas as others sell cloth. Their desk is a counter. Their artistic shows are yard goods. Each article has its price, and they will tell you exactly what a printed inspiration costs.
True, up to a point. But some of the editors of the penny press saw their newspapers as superseding all other institutions.
What is to prevent a daily newspaper from being made the greatest organ of social life? Books have had their day. The theaters have had their day. The temple of religion has had its day. A newspaper can be made to take the lead of all these in the great movements of human thought and of human civilization. A newspaper can send more souls to heaven and save more from hell than all the churches or chapels in New York, besides making money at the same time. Let it be tried.
This is a most extravagant view of the function of the press. But even in 1831, before the revolution of the penny newspapers, the American press was the general and universal literature of the country. In the whole of America, there were more than 1,200 newspapers.
Twice as many as in France and England put together.
In New York City, there were 55 newspapers, many of them weekly, but 11 of them were daily.
A very remarkable thing for a city of little over 200,000 inhabitants.
But in 1831, no one of these papers dominated the others. Not one sold as many as 2,000 copies.
The ease with which American newspapers can be established produces a multitude of them. Each county has a newspaper. But as competition prevents any considerable profit, persons of much capacity are rarely led to engage in these undertakings. Such is the number of the public prints that even if they were a source of wealth, writers of ability could not be found to direct them all. The journalists of the United States are generally in a very humble position, with a scanty education and a vulgar turn of mind. Not authors, really, but idea-mongers.
The editor of the New York Courier and Enquirer, James Watson Webb, was foolish enough yesterday to assault your editor in the street. In the course of the scuffle, he gave me a smart rap over the head. The fellow, no doubt, wanted to let out the never-failing supply of good humor and wit which has created such a reputation for the New York Herald, and appropriate the contents to supply the emptiness of his own thick skull. He did not succeed, however, in rifling my ideas. My ideas in a few days will flow as fresh as ever, and he will find it so to his cost. My damage is a scratch about 3/4 of an inch in length on the third finger of the left hand, which I received from the iron railing I was forced against, and 3 buttons from my vest, which any tailor will reinstate for a 6pence. His loss is a rent from top to bottom of a very beautiful black coat which cost the ruffian $40, and a blow in the face which may have knocked down his throat some of his infernal teeth for anything I know. Balance in my favor, $39.94, and the admiration of my vast public.
This editor's report increased his circulation by 9,000 and was therefore satisfactory. The will of the majority is the most general of laws, and it establishes certain habits to which everyone must conform.
An editor must always be with the people, think with them, feel with them, and he need fear nothing. He will always be right, always be strong, always popular, always free. The world has been humbugged long enough by spouters and talkers and conventioners and legislators et genus omne. This is the editorial age, and the most intellectual of all past ages.
Well, the claim of the press to be the prime element of civilization has some point to it. In ages of equality, every man naturally stands alone. He is easily got rid of, and he is trampled on with impunity. At the present time, an oppressed member of the community has therefore only one method of self-defense. He may appeal to the whole nation, and if the whole nation is deaf to his complaint, he may appeal to mankind. The only means he has of making this appeal is by the press. Thus, the liberty of the press is infinitely more valuable among democratic nations than among all others. It is the only cure for the evils that equality may produce. Equality sets men apart and weakens them, but the press places a wonderful weapon within every man's reach, which the weakest and loneliest of them all may use. Equality deprives a man of the support of his connections, but the press enables him to summon all his fellow men to his assistance.
Yes, and every printer feels his responsibility. Do you remember the 4th of July celebrations in Albany? Part of the procession included wagons and floats, and one of the most interesting and one of the most significant was the printer float.
Well, this like is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin, one of the fathers of independence.
And he spent a lot of time in France. We know something of the famous Mr. Franklin. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Old Ben became a great man, but he was still a printer, trained. He got his education not in cloistered halls, but in front of a typecase.
Very extraordinary. And Benjamin Franklin was also a very witty author.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, gentlemen. I can see you don't quite understand the situation of a printer in America.
Evidently not.
Well, I'm a printer. I set type. I do odd printing jobs. But I bring out a newspaper. I collect the news. I write it up and I print it. I have my views about how things should be run, and they're pretty decided views. I write them down and I print them.
So a printer is also an editor and a journalist.
That's what he is. Here's a copy of my own paper. Read over the editorials at your leisure. You'll find some of them pretty stinging, I reckon.
I'm sure we shall.
These announcements of weddings.
Oh, that's a regular thing. Don't you have them?
Certainly, but what is this motto that you have placed at the head of the column?
Yeah, it's a pretty good motto, eh?
The trap sprung, another fool caught.
My views on matrimony. I'm a confirmed bachelor.
As you please, but don't your readers object?
That's their right. An American editor is used to objections from the public. Favorite American pastime, trying to horsewhip the editor. And, of course, in some parts of the country, a lot of editors have to fight duels. Haven't fought any myself, but I have had something to do with readers objecting.
But this doesn't seem to worry you.
Why should it? If a man objects real hard, he can go and start his own paper.
In theory, yes, but can he really?
Of course he can. What do you suppose I did? It only costs a few $100s, and you're in business. The power of the press, gentlemen, is accessible to everyone. Now, let's have a look at this float of ours. The object in the middle is, of course, a printing press. It's a climber press, if you're interested in such things. And the bird flying over is...
The American eagle.
Yeah, good for you.
Who is he carrying in his clothes? It looks like a bust.
It is a bust.
Of Benjamin Franklin again?
Yeah, good for you a second time. Now, you gentlemen being French, I shan't have to tell you what the scroll says in the bird's mouth.
Vérité sans peur.
Truth without fear.
Very noble sentiment and very appropriate.
But who are the figures that support all this splendor?
On the right, the goddess of liberty supporting the American flag.
Again, very appropriate.
Yeah. And on the left, the figure of a slave bound in chains. You'll observe the slave has burst the shackles on one arm and is reaching like toward the press for emancipation. That's where it'll come from, you know. And behind there's a crown reversed and a broken scepter. All pretty much to the point when you know where it's supposed to be heading. All highly illustrative of the strength and universality of the power of the press.
The freedom of the press in America began with Jefferson, who was himself roasted on what he called the gridiron of the press. In countries where the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people ostensibly prevails, the censorship of the press is not only dangerous, but absurd.
Is it possible that the publication of facts, or even rumors, can have any tendency to defeat the general operation of justice? If this were true, the more utterly ignorant a man is, the fitter he is to sit as a juror. The honesty, the purity, the integrity of legal practice and decisions throughout the country are more indebted to the American press than to the whole tribe of lawyers and judges who issue their decrees. The press is the living jury of the nation.
When the right of every citizen to a share in the government of society is acknowledged, everyone must be presumed to be able to choose between the various opinions of his contemporaries and to appreciate the different facts from which inferences may be drawn. The censorship of the press and universal suffrage are two things which are irreconcilably opposed and which cannot long be retained among the institutions of the same people. Not a single individual of the millions who inhabit the United States has as yet dared to propose any restrictions on the liberty of the press.
Much of this became clear as we watched the press, both during our stay in America and later as the penny press began. Tocqueville and I were also instructed by Mr. J.G. Spencer, a most distinguished lawyer whom we met at Canandaigua in the state of New York. we asked Mr. Spencer what the influence of the press might be on public opinion.
Here in America, we enjoy all the benefits and advantages of a vicious free press. Let me answer you, Mr. Beaumont, by telling you about an editor I know who always says he makes a moral distinction between telling lies in conversation and telling lies in a newspaper, where everybody expects them.
Then we must not believe what we read in a newspaper?
In a newspaper, no. You may be deceived. In the press as a whole, things may be different. Every point of view is represented so strongly that in the midst of the lies and abuse, you can often make out the drift of the truth. Enlightenment through deceit, you could call it.
Under these circumstances, Mr. Spencer, does the press have any influence?
It has a great influence, but it does not exercise it in the same manner as in France. Thus, we attach very little value to the opinions of the journalist. He obtains influence only through the facts which he makes known and the turn he gives them. It's in this way that he sometimes succeeds in misleading opinion about a man or a measure.
What are the limits that you put on the liberty of the press?
Our principle in this matter is very simple. Everything in the realm of opinion is perfectly free. In America, one could every day print that a monarchy is the best of all governments. But when a journal publishes calumnies, when it gratuitously attributes culpable intentions, then it is sued and ordinarily punished with a heavy fine.
What is, in your opinion, the way to diminish the influence of the periodical press?
I am completely convinced that the most effective of all is to multiply the number of newspapers as far as possible and sue them only in extreme cases. Their power diminishes as they become more numerous. With us, interests are divided in 1,000 ways. There are no great centers of action.
As we have in Paris.
With us, it is almost impossible to agitate public opinion over a large area. The New York City newspapers have no more influence on us than those of the neighboring village. Another reason for the small influence obtained by journalists through the expression of their personal opinions is the ill use they put them to in the first years of the Republic. At that time, it was proved that most of them were in the pay of England. And from that time on, public confidence was taken away from them.
In some ways, then, the power of the press is greater in France than in America, and more dangerous for us.
After all, in America, the press is by no means all-powerful. Both Jefferson and Jackson, who is president at this very moment, were elected against the concerted advice of the press.
And yet the press in America remains so free. Is there ever a prosecution launched against it by the government?
By the government? Not since Jefferson. He instituted the freedom of the press. And it's reasonable, gentlemen. After all, it's logical.
How so?
Well, we Americans, having once admitted the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, apply it with perfect sincerity. It was never our intention, out of elements which are changing every day, to create institutions that should last forever. And there is consequently nothing criminal in an attack upon existing laws, provided a violent infraction of them is not intended. We also believe courts of justice are powerless to restrain the abuses of the press without the loss of liberty, and that, as the flexibility of human language perpetually escapes judicial definition, offenses of this nature evade in some manner or other the long arm of the law.
Newspapers, therefore, become more necessary in proportion as men become more equal. To suppose that they only serve to protect freedom would be to diminish their importance. They maintain civilization. In democratic countries, newspapers frequently lead the citizens to launch together into very ill-digested schemes. But if there were no newspapers, there would be no common activity. The evil which they produce is therefore much less than that which they cure. I think that men living in aristocracies may, strictly speaking, do without the liberty of the press, but such is not the case with those who live in democratic countries. To protect every man's personal independence, I do not trust to great political assemblies, to parliamentary privilege, or to the assertion of popular sovereignty. All these things may, to a certain extent, be reconciled with personal servitude. But that servitude cannot be complete if the press is free. The press is the chief democratic instrument of freedom.
You've just heard The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press, item 11, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Aristocrats of Democracy, item 12, on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
No matter where you shop, ask for brand names, those featured on NBC Radio.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamond. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said...
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now?
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people. You tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. How's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Hey, come on now, tell me the truth.
Not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes. Oh.
Aye, it's my favorite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Yeah. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? You know, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and Gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her. I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high tone for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things, especially people. And it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real, not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, yes, but simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, somebody sophisticated might laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Mike Okagawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled, and yawned, and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why?
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Wait till I tell Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Okagawa. I bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen to him, will you? Listen to Mike Okagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Areola?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's so fine. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat. This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heel shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fella. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me one chord enough and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. Now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture."
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain, too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal, too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that some my way. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in, and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block, in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them. There is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you'll see soon in Warner Brothers as Seawolf. Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James. Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winterset. Edmund Gwend, whose performance as the murderer in Foreign Correspondent received high acclaim. William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road. Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original music score. Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I don't remember that bluff to port, Bill. You think we ought to put it between us and the main channel?
Why not? It's an island.
I hope you're right. Otherwise, we come back and try the other side.
It's worth the gamble. Water's not near as rough here.
I wish all our boats handled as easy as this one.
Those kind they won't sell. This kind you have to steal.
We didn't steal it.
We didn't?
I left $5 by the tree where we found it.
You left $5 after the way those people stole from us all winter?
I guess it was my strict upbringing. Cruzat, hold back, will you? We've run away from the other boat.
Yes, sir. Someone's catching up to us from behind.
It's a canoe like this. Indian rough water canoe.
With an Indian in it. Meriwether, he's trying to get our attention.
Looks like a Clatsop warrior. Want me to wait for him, sir?
Yes.
Oh! Oh!
You go Columbia?
Columbia east, to the Shining Mountains.
Go wrong way.
Wrong way?
This not island. This finger of land. Go back. Other side bluff main channel.
Seems I was wrong.
We thank you very much.
Like a big sea canoe?
Very good.
Big canoe, my canoe.
You mean our canoe?
Leave 5 silver medal at 3. Take back.
That's white man's money to pay for the canoe. Show it to the next trading ship, Captain. It'll buy you a boatload of blue beads.
No want silver medal. Take back.
All right, but we need the canoe.
Canoe, my canoe.
We'll pay you anything you want. How about this fine elk skin?
Elk skin, good. Give 5.
1.
5.
No trade. When other canoes come, we give you back this canoe.
4 elk skin.
2.
2 skin. I sell.
Present. Pay him.
You are 2 fine elk skins.
Now, good canoe. Your canoe. Turn round. Take main channel. Other side bluff.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 9, Homeward Bound. March 23, 1806. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had left dismal Fort Clatsop at the mouth of the Columbia River and was beginning the return trip from Oregon to St. Louis. With almost no trade goods, short on essential equipment, and carrying the ailing Private Bratton, the valiant men of the expedition faced a journey that required a second arduous crossing of the Rockies and over 2,000 miles of difficult, twisting travel down the Missouri River.
That night, encamped on the river island, we stuffed ourselves with venison cooked as only Toussaint Charbonneau could cook it. Basking before a warm fire, the men were happier than I'd seen them in months.
7 fat deer. Good hunting, George.
I was lucky today, Captain.
And good cooking, Charbonneau.
Oh, merci. It was good for a chance to have something to cook, huh?
I ran into an Indian today. He said the tribe upriver are starving.
With all those fish in the river?
Yes.
Do you see any fish coming up river?
Well, I wasn't specially looking for them.
Salmon don't run for another month.
Just how good is the hunting here, George?
Well, it is supposed to be better on Deer Island and Wapato upstream a little further, according to that Indian.
Want to hold up a few days, Meriwether?
Might be a good idea. Send most of the party out to hunt, dry the meat, make us some jerky.
A few days is all that we need. Just to get enough meat to take us to the upland. A little past the uplands.
We'll stay. At Wapato, if that's the best. Sergeant Gass will want an early start in the morning.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we reach the island, we'll set up drying racks for the meat. You'll be in charge of that, Charbonneau.
Yes, sir. Captain Clark, we're going to have to build fires to dry the meat in this rain.
That's right. Better get them started.
Cano, Field, Leader, and La Biche. All right, let us take to the south side.
Dirac, make them with side braces.
I looked across the river toward the south. The land undulated to meet the mountains we called the Cascades, some high enough to be crowned with perpetual snow. To the west, the lush lowlands lifted toward a range of coastal mountains. I could see them clearly as the rain stopped.
What's on your mind, Billy?
That South Valley. There ought to be a river draining it.
A big one, entering the Columbia.
Only we didn't see a sign of one coming west.
It could be there, hidden from us by islands. Look.
What?
Those vultures overhead. Sergeant Ordway, tell the carrying parties to stick closer to the hunters.
The vultures kept an obscene surveillance of the island, moving in the direction of each gunshot, spiraling downward with swift gracefulness. Fortunately, the killing of a number of these birds seemed to make the others more wary. They kept their distance, and the men got to the meat first. Attracted by the shots, 2 lean young Kashuk Indian braves heading downriver beached the canoe and, making the sign of friendship, trotted over to Meriwether Lewis at one of the fires. They were given food, and something they said as they ate brought Meriwether to me in great excitement.
Billy, your instincts are right, as usual. I guess we could say you're as good a geographer as Drouillard is a hunter.
What are you getting at?
Those two braves are Cashooks. They live in the valley you've been wondering about, and it is drained by a big river they call the Multnomah.
I thought so. Meriwether will be here almost a week, drying and curing the meat. Why don't I reconnoiter southward?
Well, we could spare a half-dozen men and hire one of the Cashooks as a guide.
Gas! Sergeant Gas!
Yes, sir.
I'll go bargain with the Cashooks.
Sergeant Gas reporting.
Get 5 men who can be spared from the work. Packs for a week. We're taking a trip across the river.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
Meriwether persuaded one of the braves to be our guide by giving him a burning glass. Shortly before noon, my party left the island in one of the large canoes. Sergeant Gas, beside the guide, relayed directions to Crozat at the tiller. We maneuvered through a cluster of islands. I didn't realize we were actually into the Multnomah until we were several miles upstream.
Captain, no wonder we never spotted this from the north bank of the Columbia.
Good size river, strong current.
We passed several island villages, but did not stop because the people were Cashooks. And I was afraid that if our guide was allowed a reunion with his people, he would refuse to go any farther. Late in the day, we reached a village that featured a big double house with perhaps 100 canoes drawn up around it. Our guide explained that this was the main lodge of the Nair Chekiu tribe. We decided to land and buy some roots and fish for supper. Little closer, Crozat.
Yes, sir.
Touch bottom. That's it. You men out. Haul her up.
Sergeant, let's pay our respects to the chief.
Yes, sir. You stay near the boat. Watch out for thieves.
Let's go.
Well, that looks like the main entrance. I can see people inside.
Nobody's bothering to come out and welcome us.
At least nobody's pointing any weapons at us. I guess we can go in, sir.
There was a fire in the center of the lodge, and around it were grouped warriors and elders. In the deeper shadows of the place were quite a few squaws and children.
The old man in the middle, Captain. He's the chief.
I think so. I am Friend. I am one of chiefs of white men who stayed many moons on the Columbia. You have chief, one who speaks white man's talk.
I speak. I Nair Chekiu. I chief.
I am Captain Clark. I come from President Jefferson of the great American states.
We no make trade. No like white trader.
I do not trade. I need food for my men.
No food.
I buy food. Give fine skins.
No food for white man.
But I will pay well.
No food. White man, no welcome. White man, go.
What do we do, Captain? Call the men and use force?
No. Watch me. I am not white man. I am white demon. Give food or I make bad medicine. Put curse on Nair Chekiu.
What man? Go. Oh, warrior, we'll kill.
See compass in my hand. Straight needle. See, unfriendly one. When I speak name of great white father Jefferson, fire change color, go bad, explode. Needle on compass, go crazy. I call Great Spirit. Great Spirit, curse. Nair Chekiu. Please, fire spits. Fire green. Look at compass, oh chief. Look at needle. Spin. Stop. Fire. Stop, needle. Stop. You give food. Stop. Fire. Stop.
compass! No. Stop! I give food.
Good salmon, good roots,
good food. All you want.
An inch of artillery fuse and a pocket magnet had turned me into a magician. Palming the magnet behind the compass had been easy. And when I pronounced the name Jefferson, I had tossed the fuse into the fire. Now, with his people moaning fearfully in the back of the lodge, the chief trembled before me, begging for me to stop the spitting green fire and the whirling compass. I held long enough for the fuse to start to burn out. Then I held up my arm.
Oh, great demon! Plenty food, good salmon, good roots.
Jefferson! The fire became normal, and with the magnet back in my pocket, the compass needle held quivering on the north. Obeying the chief, squaws rushed to get the fish and roots we needed. The food was placed in our canoe, and we pushed off, watched by a respectful, if not friendly, audience.
Cruzette, you should have seen the captain. I tell you, it was like one of them stage actor fellas back home in New England.
I wish I had. You know, Captain, you will be mentioned in Indian history as a leading demon.
We spent that day and the following one in upstream exploration. Stopping at one of the upper villages, we were given a friendly reception by an old chieftain. He drew us a map of the river from source to union with the Columbia.
On the 6th day of April, Billy Clark and his party returned and regaled us with the story of their trip. The following morning, we packed the boats and headed upstream.
This is a pleasant way to travel, through pleasant country. Enjoy it while you can. A day or so and we hit the white water.
Cruzat will do better along the north shore.
Yes, sir. The south gets rougher the nearer we get to the Narrows.
As we approached the first of the Cascade portages, Indian thievery grew worse and worse. The boats were safe only when manned and out on the river. Every minute in camp, our sentinels, we now kept a continuous watch, had to be alert.
Get away from that canoe!
Work is up! A fine tomahawk you got there. Oh, you don't understand, huh? That axe looks just like Johnny Colter's tomahawk that was stolen last year. Now, come on. Give it to me. Oh, so that's the way it is. All right, we'll see. Give me that axe. Now, get out of here.
What do you know about that? Coulter's long missing axe.
Coulter, come here and get your tomahawk back.
We reached the foot of the rapids and put into shore where Indians by the dozens and half-dozens came to observe us, try to steal from us, and then sneak away. We posted guards on the boats the moment they were beached and unloaded.
White House, Willard, LePage, Collins, watch that baggage!
I led the way in reconnoitering the steep and slippery trail over the rocks of the riverbank. Men could barely negotiate it with packs. Each boat had to be dragged up the rapids by means of a tow rope manipulated by 6 to 8 men on the precipitous trail. As we moved, Indians followed closely, making mocking noises and threatening gestures.
You stay away from us. Stay away or I slit your throat.
Hey, Captain, perhaps if I shoot over their heads.
There will be no shooting, Charbonneau. Now let's keep moving. I restrained the men. The taunting savages were lucky to escape with a few kicks and cuffs. We labored mightily to beat the coming darkness and lost out. We were compelled to camp halfway through the portage. Guards stood over boats and baggage at both ends of the unfinished task. Several attempts at the baggage, foiled by our guards, kept the men from sleep. By dawn, they were all up again, refusing breakfast in their hurry to get the portage completed.
We have to fight Indians. We can't do it strung out all over the riverbank. Let's get this over.
Get the boats up. And tonight, I cook a special supper,
Despite a cold drizzle that drifted down most of the day, we sweated like men marching under a midsummer sun. Finally, the boats were arrayed neatly together and reloaded at the flat area above the rapids. I was changing the guard when I first missed my dog Scannon. I asked Cruzat about it.
I haven't seen him, sir, not since I ran an Indian away from him.
Ran an Indian away from Scannon?
Yes, sir. He had been giving Scannon food. The first couple of times Scannon growled, and the last time he wagged his tail.
Captain, these Indians are very short on the food. I think they are trying to lure Scannon to the camp kettle.
Captain! They got Scannon.
Here we are. Charbonneau, Cruzat, come on. Gas, you lead the way.
Northeast, sir. Toward their village.
As we ran, I thought of what the big Newfoundland had come to mean to me and the men. He had traveled with me from Pittsburgh to St. Louis, and with the expedition from St. Louis to the Pacific. He had caught squirrels and even antelope when we needed food. He'd saved our lives a number of times, and he'd served as a valiant, alert sentry. We were going to get him back unharmed if we had to fight every Indian this side of the Lolo Pass.
There they are, up ahead in the trees.
Come on, man, faster. There were probably 10 braves in the Indian band about a quarter of a mile ahead of us. They had tied a piece of rope about Scannon's neck, which compelled him to follow along, although he refused to move faster than a dignified trot. We gained on them rapidly. Half the Indians, frightened by our pursuit, simply faded away among the trees. The others stopped under our leveled rifles, dropped the leash, and made frantic, if hypocritical, gestures of friendship. Come here, Scannon. Come here, boy. You all right, boy?
Check him over real good, Captain. Make sure nothing's wrong.
He seems all right.
He better be all right. Captain, what do we do with these thieves?
Hey, Captain, killing one or two will teach the others not to interfere with us. Charbonneau's hit the right idea, sir. Just give me the word.
If you did that, we'd be risking war with their entire nation. We'll let them go. We'll be glad we got Scannon back.
But, Captain...
That's an order.
Yes, sir. All right, get.
Back at our camp, I discussed this last outrage with Billy Clark, and we agreed that we'd taken enough abuse from the Indians. We summoned the local chieftains to a council and told them bluntly that we intended to kill the next thief who invaded our camp. The chiefs protested that what happened had been the work of a malcontent group, men who had once suffered at the hands of white traders. Solemnly, the chiefs promised to control their people. On April 14, we reached Celilo. The falls were even more formidable than I remembered. With Cruzat, Billy and I reconnoitered possible portage routes.
Well, spring thaws put a lot more fast water in the river than last winter, sir. There's no way to avoid long portages.
It's ironic. We need horses, yet we have plenty of horses up in the Nez Perce country.
Cruzat, going upstream from here, how much can we use canoes?
Well, probably more than you think we can, sir. But those extra long portages are going to waste time. If we can get any horses at all to tote baggage, we'd be better off on shore.
I thought so.
Right now, I'd give $100 in gold for a few pounds of blue beads. We'd get horses in a hurry.
Well, you're pretty good at trading. If you took all the trade goods we have left and went on ahead, you think you could get us 8 or 10 pack animals?
I can try.
I'll bring the boats up as fast as I can. You bring me horses, and we'll put them right to work. We'll take the unloaded spare canoes and trade them to the people farther upriver for additional horses.
Good. I'll want Gaz, Charbonneau, and Willard. We'll leave first thing in the morning. The next morning, I set out to do some horse trading with the upriver people. Most of them didn't like us and seemed to take pleasure in pretending they were going to trade and then changing their minds at the last minute. We spent night after night in cold, dirty huts that were infested with vermin. We slept without blankets, hanging onto our rifles, and most of the time we were hungry.